Hello and welcome everybody to, as it pains me to say, the final day of the BFBS Rocket League qualifiers. Now, this is of course qualifier number 8. It has been weeks upon weeks to get here. We had yesterday to decide the top 8 of 10 teams that are going to be competing just for you guys today. And my, oh my, what a series of matches we have lined up. But first of all, I've got my two wonderful casters with me. I'll go to Danny first this time. How are you this wonderful afternoon?
Well, I think to surprise, I'm doing quite fantastically well. Do you know what? It's the last qualifier, as you said in the introduction. It normally calls for celebration, not sadness. So let's get the show on the way here.
Exactly. And Stelios on the other side, how are you doing this evening?
It's a sun in the sky from what I see outside my window, so that means I'm always going to be in a good mood. It's qualifier 8. It's the last day of it, so I mean, Danny might be feeling happy, which is, by the way, a rarity for those of you who know him. But I am. I'm quite sad. It's been 8 weeks of just blissful Rocket League and rivalries and fierceness and competition and all kinds of adverbs that I can use to describe the wide variety of players that we've had on this stream since Qualifier 1 all those weeks ago now. And so I'm looking forward to certainly bringing it to an end before the LAN in style, but I will miss some of the teams that won't be part of the LAN, that's for sure. They bought it, they've tried, and we're even seeing some of them tonight, noting UVG and the Lossy Phantoms. Massive shout out to the Lossy Phantoms, by the way. So glad they made the top 8. And they're going out, they're ending their BFBS Pro League Season 1 campaign, at least in style.
Exactly. Look at the bracket as well so that we can show you guys what you are going to be getting to see this evening. So as you can see, here is how everything is going to be starting for today. We've got Omnia versus Lossy Phantoms and Resurgence versus Sparrowhawks, Boost Overball versus UVG Girls Club, and RAF Storm Shadows versus RAF Shadows, which is going to be a little bit of a tongue twister game. But the games that you're going to be seeing is we're going to bring you one upper semi-finals quarterfinal, one upper semis semi-final, the upper brackets final as a whole, the lower round 3, the lower final / lower consolidation, and then of course the grand finals, all of which are going to be a best of 5 except the almighty grand final. What a way to end it. It's going to be a best of 7.
I mean, yeah.
Now, sorry, I cut off for a second, but the first match that we're going to be seeing is going to be Resurgence versus Sparrowhawks. Now, we've talked a little bit about both of these teams, both of them having particularly great showings over the season. Now, is this the matchup that you're hoping for? Yesterday was a very one-sided affair. We didn't see it go to any of those third maps in the best of 3s. Do we see a best of 5 with more than 3 maps today? And is it going to be this game?
Yes. I definitely see a couple of best of 5s going all the way in this particular qualifier 8 day 2. I think the talent is there. Is it going to be Resurgence and Sparrowhawks that take us there? Well, on yesterday's evidence, I have to say probably not, but I would love to be proven wrong. I mean, I have seen Sparrowhawks on their day take on ridiculously good opposition, like the likes of Resurgence and the RA Storm Shadows, and put up a really, really good fight. And I remember them arguably deserving to beat the RA Storm Shadows, and had they been a little bit more clinical in front of goal, they would have done that. But that is sometimes their issue. They lack the clinicality that your teams like Resurgence and Boost Over Ball possess in abundance. So that is the reason why I don't think this particular game is going to go to a best of 5, all the way at least. But I do think, Affinity, that we will be seeing a few games at least go to distance tonight.
And what about you, Daddy? With this matchup, is there anything that you're particularly looking forward to? Anything that people at home should just keep a careful eye out for?
I think sort of the major bit of it is we saw the recap from even sort of day 1 when we sat there in, I think it was Resurgence's own matchup, is how ruthlessness does a team decide to be here. Stella and I do have different philosophies in terms of the approach, where Resurgence were sloppy once they went 8-0 up. How could they, of all things? That's shocking from them. But it's more the case of this is the day 2. This is the elimination. This is where you get your points. You have to get your A game here.
Exactly that they do, and most of these teams already have their spot confirmed, but there are still a couple of points to play for, and of course that all-important seeding. But the game is going to be starting very shortly, our first of 6 tonight. So I'm going to leave you in the hands of our wonderful casters to get game number 1 off.
Thank you very, very much, Affinity. As always, wonderful to have you here on the channel. And we are live, Danny. We are live on BFBS Esports for the, well, I guess the 16th time in 8 weeks. And what a pleasure it's been so far. But I've got to say, I am a bit sad that it's all ending. But the end of the online qualifiers, of course, is the beginning of the all-important LAN segment to come in September. And yeah, I think it's going to be explosive. It's going to be fierce. But first, as you've seen tonight, a couple more, as Affinity referred to, there's a couple more points that need to be decided. There are still stories to tell. Who knows if the RAF Storm Shadows get knocked out by the RAF Shadows and Resurgence win, they could be going to land in first seed. So a lot to play for here tonight.
Certainly so, and let's not forget as well, mathematically, the Shadows also not guaranteed in terms of LAN as well. There's so much we could dissect and still, put across here, but, time is finite, but unfortunately, action also speaks louder than words here. Let's see how Game 1 gets underway.
We are now going into the game. It's Lion already on the march. He knocks it down, and it's going to be an opening goal for Krim. And it's the perfect start for Resurgence in their blue strip. Lion straight up he goes, beats the first man. It was Fezzy flying in, trying to meet him in the air. But the shot, too clinical, too powerful to that top left, and Resurgence lead.
And there we go. It's just as simple as that, really, for Resurgence. I mean, you were somewhat alluding to when speaking to Affinity in terms of, the Sparhawks is capable of, on their day doing the upset. It seems, if it went to be that question, I would say highly unlikely, but that's only due to sort of the recent form Resurgence has been in. They've been dominating so many teams left, right, and centre. You just thought, how are they going to lose? And it had to be, a miracle at times. But so far here, only conceding 1 here, potentially 2. And it will be Lion to get that one on the boards.
Yeah, it wasn't close yesterday by any stretch of the imagination, but you don't want, if you're Sparrowhawks, your double limb bracket where you only have 2 lives, you don't want to start it off in such a way where you're almost disheartened and demoralized. They've got to at least try and firm themselves up some way, in some capacity, whether it's just having a more defensive rotation, whether it's just having a more defensively minded playstyle, or just buying each other time and taking control of the ball rather than just, booming it straight back to Resurgence, because they're going to come straight back at you. And as you can see, they continue to combine. It's Lion into Ritzy, and the shot's saved by Where's My Super. But you can see their early warnings for Sparrowhawks, I mean, if they needed it, that if they're not careful, this will be a rinsing.
And that's sort of a question as well. Are we going to see the full 5 games or not? Mind you, it is the opening game. Far too early to make any sort of conclusions just yet here, but you could just sort of sense that, Lion and Ritzy, they want to somewhat have that statement game, and that's a strange sort of idea of kick-off being displayed by both. But, do you know what, Sale, here? It's not clean here from Resurgence, which seems unusual. I'm not trying to pick holes just to be a badness of it, but you would have thought they would have came out a little bit more guns a-blazing, as the phrase would go.
Well, yeah, that is certainly their playstyle. It is a more aggressive, offensively minded playstyle than most of the other teams. The only other team that I can think of off the top of my head that have that style is the RAF Storm Shadows, and indeed the Falcons have it as well. They seem to be gung-ho, as you say. But tonight, they did score in the first 10 seconds, but other than that, their goals have just been a bit scrappy here and there. But I mean, they won't care. That's a wonderful double touch by Ritzy, and Tokyo Tears has to come across, and it's more good play by Lion. But thankfully for the Sparrowhawks, they do seem to have stabilized now. They do seem to have found some kind of a defensive rhythm. And although 3-0 down, if they can find something here, whether it's a scrappy goal of their own or a well-worked masterpiece, it may try and at least swing it back in their way. That was a beautiful attempt at a read by Tokyo Tears, and it almost paid off, if not for the post.
Sometimes you just need that key moment in the game to spark the imagination. Unfortunately, Sparhawks not able to do that. at least this time around here. But, you know, sort of small mercies they have yet to concede, is what Celios was alluding to there, is where's my super trying to bring that downfield here. The problem with the game here is it's almost like both sides has resigned to the fact here that it's done and dusted here, which is unusual because, you know, you're playing essentially two people all the back here and it's waiting for that moment to open up, but it won't happen when you have all three people rotating in that sort of same pace at the game so far.
You could see them, Danny. They're penned in their own penalty area at times. They really struggling to escape. The boost seems to be constantly low, barring one player. That's a wonderful save by Fezzi, tipping it away to his right-hand side. And again, Fezzi interrupts the offensive maneuver, but Krim coming off the backboard. Centers as well, but only as far as the second man, Where's My Super, who does enough to clear, but you can see it's constant pressure. It goes straight back at them, and there's the drop down. There's Ritzy. He doesn't miss from there, and that fourth goal, though it took a while to come, I think it's safe to say it was always coming, and eventually they made the pressure count, and eventually that fourth went in, and it is going to be game over in this first game anyway. Obviously, best of 5 tonight, a bit more of a marathon rather than a sprint, as we build up to that best of 7 grand final for the last qualifier before we hit land.
I love how, you know, this complete polar opposite between the two of us here as the fifth one runs in here. You're filled with sadness, I'm filled with joy, which is, as you said, unusual here, but...
Why though? What makes you filled with joy, particularly about this scenario?
It's sort of that last day of school feeling, you know, before you go on to your holidays. You know, you get to look back across the entirety of, you know, in this case, the 8 qualifiers, and, you know, you're seeing 8 teams graduate up to the sort of the big stage itself here. So you want to see the best form of them, and you want them to, you know, deliver that type of performance. And it's just a question on will they, you know, do it. It's, you know, they've got essentially, you know, 4 weeks to prepare for it. So it's I'm looking forward to it in that sense.
It's gonna be. I think it's gonna be a little over that. I think it's gonna be more around the 24th of July now. I think it's gonna be pretty much 2 months and a couple of days before the actual land. So it's gonna be a lot of preparation time, which for some teams will do them good. For other teams, if they don't utilize that time correctly, will cause them trouble when talking about the land. And to be honest, Danny, when I asked you the question, why are you happy about Qualifier 8 ending? That is not the answer I expected, but it's a nice answer to give, and it's true. You're right. You have to reflect back on...
What answer did you think I was going to say? I'm glad it's all done. I'm fed up with watching this.
That's exactly what I thought you were going to say. But you know, it's nice. You changed your ways.
I wouldn't have changed my ways here. I'll even tell you this here, and I won't name names here, embarrass anybody. But I did get a DM from one of the competition this evening, which certainly made me smile around about 8:30 this morning. So it was nice, let's just say it that way. So that's our pending clock will have that pendulum have its final oscillation, but we are far from that moment here. 6-0, mind you, for the opening game. One-sided, I think, would be fair to say.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't the demolition, though, that we saw yesterday, but I think 6-0, Resurgence will be very, very happy with their work here in the opening game, the opening series of the night. And again, we speak about it so often, it's how you respond if you're the team that goes behind now. I can see Togeteers, I thought they were going to take the 4-minute, but they seem to be ready, so we're ready up as well. But I do think that's something teams should utilize more, is that break between the games, especially if you're restless or you're tilted or need to shake off tension. That's the time to do it. But instead, as you can see, we are straight back into action as Resurgence look to extend to a 2-game lead in this best of 5. Unless, of course, Sparrowhawks have something to say about that, which it's going to be hard, but it is certainly doable.
Well, Joe, it's sort of that moment here where you're sort of going, yeah, that minute would be so useful, but the alternative sort of argument to that is, you know, play with the sort of sense of momentum and carry on, just, you know, plugging away here. We eventually have the answer within, 30 seconds of already Resurgence continuing in form, which just shows you wrong decision at the end of the day here.
Indeed. It was good pressure again early on. Only took 30 seconds this time to break the deadlock. which is an improvement from last game. It was only 10 seconds into it last time, but again, they won't care about any of these stats regarding time, possession. They'll just care simply that they are in front and have scored, or at least outscoring currently this Sparrowhawks side, who really are up against it now in their attempts to respond. Took your tears coming off the backboard, but he's beaten to it by Krim. Lion's shot couldn't quite cut it inside that far post.
And I feel a bit sorry for our producer today. He might have a stat for the mentions of Euro 2004 with Greece winning it. I think it's currently around about 5 so far in this current qualifier. But what will be certainly need to be mentioned here in terms of the matchups we've seen in sort of the upper sort of side of things, the likes of UVG sort of making as you sit there at the opening. I mean, I was reading chats earlier, and I'm just deviating away a wee bit here. They would have to win it to qualify.
Yeah.
The fact that we talk about every point matters. That's still the possibility of it, and hence sort of that underdog story. It doesn't matter whether it's, as we said, 2004, where that sort of particular country done the unthinkable, or will the Shadows, beat Boost over ball, and suddenly, they're in a potential driving seat, at least a game. So the Sparrowhawks, hopefully not too downtrodden at the moment, but will be 2-0 down here.
It is a beautiful story in the making, and you have to give credit to teams like UVG Girls Club and the RAF Lossymouth Phantoms, who continue to remain at it, and they got rewarded here in Qualifier 8 by making a top 8. And regardless of where they end up finishing in the table, they have scored points in a tournament that's been filled with absolute star-studded quality, and that's all there is to say about it. That's a fine finish by Ritzy, by the way, at the near post. Such quick aerial play, flying off the wall, receiving Krim's pass, and look at the cut above the car of Bezzy. You could do nothing but simply watch that sail into the empty net behind him. And we used the Greece analogy more than one time in these qualifiers in the first week, but it remains more prevalent tonight. I mean, it may or may not be the greatest Rocket League achievement of all time in any professional league or even RLCS, if UVG Club can actually pull it off. But, even if they don't, they have nothing to be ashamed of. They fought all the way through all the qualifiers, had some really good results, narrowly missed out on top 8, and they eventually got rewarded with playing in a top 8 in the last qualifier. It's great, and similar story for the Lossymouth Phantoms, who really and truly were only 1 or 2 goals off of making more than one top 8 in previous qualifiers. Their story could have easily been different, and only maybe narrowly missing out on a LAN this time round. But who knows? Who knows? If BFBS choose to revisit Rocket League at some point in the future, all these teams may look to make a return and make their mark where they feel they should have done here in Season 1.
Just the fact that sort of sense of only this is Season 1, we're alright chomping the bits of the idea of Season 2 or possibly 3, maybe getting too far ahead of himself there on the particular that line of thought here, but I think it was Qualifier 3 or 4 where that particular group of death essentially is that one somehow by the Sparrowhawks going through a demo. I mean, it was game differential head to head and even went down to goal difference. It just showed you, how important day ones can be. I mean, so many upsets throughout, and I feel like we're going to have to sit down one day and pick out which one was the upset, or at least in terms of the conversation. But I think the Sparrowhawks, mind you, have got a long way to go here before they can even go in the conversation like this.
Operation Overtime Episode 2, maybe? Who knows? Which, by the way, if anybody wants to check out, you can on the RAF Esports channel. You can check out a podcast that me, Danny, made alongside Roman from the RAF Shadows, who was hosting that particular podcast. So we spoke about all things BFBS Pro League, from controversial moments to who we thought the best players are from some of the teams, to who we think will win the whole thing at LAN. So that is a funny podcast to go and watch, so feel free to check it out if you can. And that's a lovely fake play, capitalized by Lion, and any remnants of a comeback that the Sparrowhawks thought they might achieve quickly snatched away from them. Great fake, fine finish.
I was waiting for, particularly on stream there, sponsor, hashtag ad to eventually come on their screens there after that plug. But yeah, it was strange. That was what, Qualifier 3. I think we had that
Yes.
particular debriefing, as shall we put it down to. But to be honest with you, if some of the questions we asked, if you ask me that now, I think a fair few answers would certainly change, actually. So, yeah, it's a great debate, actually, in terms of where we left on it. I remember, even on this, I think what was Qualifier 5, and even yesterday, sake of argument, the RAF and the Storm Shadow, who's the best player? I would have said Envy. Back in Qualifier 3, probably P now, but right now here, did say back then, Ritzy was probably the standout player off Resurgence so far here. Hasn't needed to show that mechanical instinct that we've seen so far.
The game does end. It's 2-0 now to Resurgence, and they take 3 match points to secure themselves a place in that coveted semi-final, as they look to try and gain a place over the RAF Storm Shadows in that top seed position. It will of course need the RAF Storm Shadows to lose against the RAF Shadows, which I'm not sure if that's going to happen. The Shadows are an exceptional side, and they have beaten some incredible opposition. And in Germany, only last week gone by, they did really trouble the RAF Storm Shadows, so it's not impossible. They're more than capable of doing so on their day, especially on their day. They're an incredibly tough team to play, but if the Storm Shadows can come through that particular test, it will secure them, mathematically anyway, #1 seed for the LAN, which is huge and of vital importance for them. And whether or not it will mean they're put in the prime position to lift the trophy, time will tell. But of course, boot of a ball, Resurgence, the teams most likely to beat that Storm Shadows side, and they've done so on more than one occasion. Not to mention, by the way, Omnia, who, in my opinion right now, are the favourites to win the tournament. They have to be. They have to be, Danny.
I'll give you that opinion in a second here. I'm actually looking at the current in-game tracker in terms of the matches at the moment. The Shadows are actually leading 1-0, so potentially could be that surprise there. But that's a decent shot, rattle up the woodwork. But Omnia being favourites in this qualifier. Dual watch here. I have to agree to some extent here. I would have to, though, mind you, put the line of sort of the bait, shall we say, the RAF Storm Shadows have to be in the sort of the second place, if not first. Current top seed, as well as that sort of land second place here. If you're not riding that momentum, there's something drastically wrong then.
Yeah, I agree. They're in the prime position. Whether or not they can take advantage of it will remain to be seen. But, I mean, purely off of raw skill, raw performance, I don't think I've seen a team that can match what Omnia have. It's whether they can deal with the LAN environment. The Storm Shadows, the Falcons, and probably boost over ball with the likes of Josh, who have done it at, maybe not at LAN level, but certainly at RLCS level. They are more equipped to deal with the pressure that they might face, that those teams might face at LAN. Can Omnia do it? I don't know, but if they can bring it, I still think they will be favourites to win. Again, I want all teams to prove me wrong, but they are a superb side.
But you're missing something else here, Stale. Can they beat Sean Dyche in a cold night in Stoke, though?
Nobody can. We saw that in week 1. When the last time we saw Sean Dyche on stream, he led his team to victory. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, 15 years I've been in this particular esports, in this individual game, 10 years I think outright commentary. I don't think I've cried as much when I seen Sean Dyche win a game. But that just shows you how rare it is.
Yeah, fair enough. What we do know though, Danny, is that Crim is just, he's there to double the lead, and it's a fine finish, by the way, from that mid position. And Tokyo Tears trying to pinch that ball out from a really awkward angle, by the way, back to the ball. It didn't It didn't matter. The save attempt didn't matter, and unfortunately for Sparrowhawks now, I will say it. That is game over. That is game over. They've been dominated. They have been valiant in their efforts to try and get something back, but it hasn't been enough, and that chance needed to go in. Still maybe a shooting opportunity for Fezzi, but Quinn was there who to attempt the pinch away, and it falls to Lion. Beats one. Can he readjust his car? He can't, but it's a good bump on the car of Lion. Falls to Ritzy. You don't want him there in that kind of position. It's 3 goals to love now for Resurgence, and they continue to take full control.
Do you know what, here? In many times you can get close, and sometimes even worse when you know you can get a fingertip onto the ball here and could have done something about it. But I must have been a bad influence to you, Stale. You're calling the match quicker than normally I would.
I'm just into the future, my friend. That's all it is. I'm just into the future. You know, sometimes I gotta show you who I am. If you think I'm more hired, go to the future and just steal energy.
Did you hear there was a slight little change there, chat? He was about to sit there and say, "Can you tell why I'm a top 16 RLCS coach and my blue tag proves otherwise?" There was a wee moment there that was potentially creeping out there. Sorry, I'll mention it for you. You're far too humble.
No, that's not the angle I was going with, I must say. But I mean, you know, you dropped it, not me. You dropped it, not me. But you know what?
That's why I'm here for it.
I am gonna come back in time. I'm gonna step through my portal and come back in line with everybody watching in the Twitch chat. And as we continue on to the semi-final for one of these two sides, it is looking like it's going to be Resurgence, who really have been, you know, they've been torturing Sparrowhawks here with suffocating levels of pressure. That's a nice shot and a good save that time. I think it was Fezzi with the effort. The clearance from Lion down to Krim, falls to Ritzy off the crossbar. Can he find a double? It goes underneath him. Lion's there, goes above the crossbar again. Was it deliberate? I'm not too sure. But the Sparrowhawks survive that particular offensive onslaught. And it's a bit of a mistouch by Lion. It's dipping down. Horse dashes a few times, which is pretty crazy, by the way. And Lion rises high as we encroach into the final 30 seconds of play, where Resurgence will surely book their place into the first semi-final of the evening, as the action will be continuing live on the BFBS Esports platform. Danny, take us through to the end.
Certainly will, and it'll already be a crossbar. Denial as well. When the Sparrowhawks needed that glimmer of hope, it was removed as quickly as it near enough arisen to the occasion. But I think it's been far too late to sit here and say that there's a chance for a comeback. A resurging clean sweep. Well, we did say that was a potential on the cards. They made it reality. They will, unfortunately for their opposition, move on to the upper semi-final.
They do just that. Excellent play by Resurgence, a truly dominating performance. And, you know, it's one of those series that once you start conceding early goals, it just ruins your whole game plan. And I guarantee you the Sparrowhawks would have had some kind of a game plan, whether it was just to be defensive a little bit and try to frustrate Resurgence, but they couldn't pull it off. As soon as those goals go flying in, there's just nothing you can do about it. And there was a famous saying in boxing, I think, was it Mike Tyson that said it? Everybody has a plan until they start getting punched in the face. And unfortunately, that is what happened here for the Sparrowhawks, who now progress to the lower bracket next round, as Resurgence continue their march to this grand final.
Well, I'm just worried here still. Why do you remember that phrase?
I don't know. I mean, it was well before my time, but it's just something that you get told and it sticks with you, because it is true. In many walks of life, you have a plan until you get hit in the face with something, whether it's a punch in a boxing match, whether it's an early goal in a Rocket League game, whether it's randomly losing 100 quid. You know, it stuck with me for some odd reason.
Fair enough, there's always a story to something, but unfortunately the narrative shifts to the main spotlight. The RAF Storm Shadows will be taking centre stage. We'll see after this, though.
Cedric with a stunner, and it's match point for the Storm Shadows. Doubling up now. This suits Space Force just fine. 1-0 advantage. A slender one, yes, but one nonetheless. And Space Force relying a lot more on demos, but who needs demos, Jam? Where you've got G-Wood, what a redirect. Sometimes you got to throw that experience out the window and play the game in front of you. But I'm not going to commit to a certain way of thinking. I'll let you as the audience decide, and I'll let these players on the pitch decide. I tell you what, G-Wood is getting a bit of a handle, a bit of a knack on creating these goals out of nothing.
They do so gracefully.
You know, Space Force press not as intensive as I would like to see personally, and that's allowing the Storm Shadows not just time on the ball to get out of defense, but to get shots away, Jam, and Stelios has just put them ahead.
Cannot get it out as far as the midfield line. Still keep on returning. Cedric sees that there's just no opportunity for Ethan to raise it down from his head, and Cedric wins it in overtime for Royal Air Force. A 7-game thriller with 1 extra minute of the overtime. He is the absolute star player of that Storm Shadow side.
The runners-up rise. RAF Storm Shadows continue their lower bracket journey. The Space Force valiant until the end. But in the end, it was Cedric, a man who made a couple of mistakes earlier on, a man who let Space Force back into the game, who truly struts his stuff when it matters most. Wow.
Stelios, the most animated.
Stel, talk to me, because we had a few overtimes in this series as a whole. Game number 3 in particular, you were looking incredibly stressed. So comms between your team, I'm assuming, were a little bit chaotic.
At times it was very, very chaotic. Yeah, you're right. You're spot on with that. And in those moments, it's actually Cedric, or as we know him, Ed, who takes a second just to scream out comms, 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 comms. And then in that moment, we snap back in from whatever dream we were in previously, and we're back in, we're locked in again. And it happened on so many occasions. You would not believe where he was trying to calm us all down and get back into the game mentally wise. And in the end, as you can see, it paid off.
It absolutely did. But you know what, Stel? In particular, yourself and your team are big on demo reviews, actually putting in the grind, the time and effort that it takes to perform well on stage as well. I'm pretty sure you're one of the only teams to actually do that here. So yesterday's kind of debugs, shall we say, after the performances, what did you guys get up to?
We found a lot of misrotations and a lot of gaps in communication as well. Like when you're watching the replays, you know what you were saying at the time. You can recall it pretty well. And we found a lot of gaps in our comms. We weren't saying things clearly enough or concise enough, and we were getting confused and double committing. I would say the reason why we have to do such a thing is because we don't have, at least I don't have, the skill level that some of these opponents have, like these great American players and even the French. So we've got to make up for it in some way, right? And replay analysis is one of those ways that we do it.
And I was actually chilling there with the rest of your team, watching the game as well. And I gotta say, these boys need some kind of oomph to them, because their support for you boys has been incredibly quiet. So this is your opportunity to have words of wisdom with them.
We're going all the way, Asher. We're going all the way, Shay. Strap in. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
Thank you so much for joining me, Stel, and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
How many musical puns we can work into this broadcast during this series. Cedric, individual effort versus 3, as if it's nothing. Always, those cars are not in the game. That's a big crime. We need more of those.
Technically, the Formula 1 Renault car could be on there, but Cedric is on here. The double block. I mean, Coast Guards just were not expecting this. Lights, you've just been absolutely done, son.
Let's go the Royal Air Force.
Okay. Take a little moment to breathe.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. The final day of the final qualifiers is upon us, and we have just finished our first series. A little bit quick, we speed ran through that one, but it does mean we have plenty of time to get ready for this upcoming match. And this one's a doozy. Now I'm super excited. I know that Stelios to my left here is also very excited because it's going to be boost over ball that we're going to see versus RAF Storm Shadows. Now, if you've been following along for any amount of time, if you were here yesterday, you'll know that one of these teams very near and dear to Stelios' heart. So, go on, tell everyone why you're so excited. Share the love, share the hype with us.
This is, of course, the first team for the Royal Air Forces you all have seen over the last 8 weeks. It's a passion project. It's the community of mine that we've been growing since 2-3 years ago. It's nice to see the level that it's got to. And these guys, as I was telling you in the green room, have represented recently in Germany last week, which leads me on to my next point about burnout. And they've played about 10-11 hours a day of Rocket League across this whole, every day last week as well as facilitating for Qualifier 7. And I can tell you they are feeling it. They are heavily fatigued. And pairing
I can see Danny shaking his head quickly, so I'm going to jump in there. Danny, something to add?
Yeah, but I just love the groundwork of excuses. Back in my day, playing in 11-hour tournaments was the standard, but clearly these modern players know nothing about it. They had a choice in terms of whether playing BF or Riot. They decided to play both. That's their prerogative. That's if they're not fit, then why are you here? I mean, your top seed, yes, it's not quite secure, but I'm just here, just winding Stell up for the last 6 appearances we've been on together. So do you know what? Good luck to them. If Bernard are not here, this should be a good one.
Exactly. And sometimes, pressure makes diamonds, and all of those repetitions might bring out the best in them as well. But I like Stella's covering himself just in case. But if we take a look at the bracket, see how everything's sort of shaped up so far. So what you'll be able to see is that we've got Omnia versus Resurgent is the other match going on in the semi-finals. And then, of course, the match that we are watching is Boost Overball versus RAF Storm Shadows. That does mean, however, in the lower bracket, we have seen a couple of teams go. UVG Girls have forfeited against RAF Shadows, which means they are already through almost to the end of that lower bracket by default there as well. And the other match down there in the lower brackets is going to be Sparrowhawks fighting versus Lossy Phantoms, as we could see. So RAF Shadows, they've already started to make that little bit of a run here. And so they've got a bit of a break to maybe sit back and watch the games here. If you're RAF Shadows, are you watching the games? Are you practicing? What would you two be doing?
Practicing. Got to be practicing. I don't see a world where I'm not in free play here or in a warm-up scrim if possible, but for sure, they need to be keeping warm now. They've got the FF win. They've got breathing space. They've got that insurance policy now. They know they won the last life as well. But importantly for them, I also believe that is LAN qualification secured. I believe. Now, hear me out. I don't think they should play with that in mind. I think they should play like their life depends on it every single game, every single goal. But that also might, even if they do take that into consideration, that also might work in their favor and allow them to play with a little bit less pressure. That's certainly how I see it anyway, Danny.
Well, yes, first of all, but I wouldn't know. I don't drop down the lower brackets. I just win still. So, sorry.
That's the confidence.
Wouldn't know too much.
That's our confident king. But I think you've made a good point there. RAF Shadows, this alone has probably given them enough points to go through, because the only other team that was really in a position to even contend for this one was the UVG Girls Club, and forfeiting and heading on out. That means that the only team that could take away that 8th and final slot to go and play in Stoke-on-Trent later on in the year in September, all of that competition's been eliminated. So we do have our set 8, but they are still playing for more points and more prizes later on as well. However, the match is looking like it is gearing up and ready to go. So I'm going to hand you guys on over. Enjoy the game and see you on the other side.
Okay, so it is the RAF Storm Shadows against Boost Overball. Both teams are in the lobby. Both teams are set to go, Danny. Will we see a repeat of that Qualifier 6 final? Because that was one of the best games, one of the best series I've ever seen.
It was a fantastic final. I was actually more annoyed I wasn't covering it, unfortunately. But Let's run with your point in terms of it, in terms of burnout, not being fit in terms of at your utmost peak of it. The benefit in terms of this here for the RAF is knowing what their floor is, because the opposition should have that excuse here. So it's a free sense of how can we play here when we're at our worst, which is such a useful thing to know as well.
It is. It is indeed. You only find yourself and come through those difficult moments if you've been in them. Repetition. Repetition is all you need, right? And that's a fantastic start for the RAF Storm Shadows. They're going gung-ho for this boost of the ball side, and immediately 3 or 4 shots. It's a wonderful pass to Cedric from P. And it's an electric start from the Storm Shadows. But importantly for Boost Over Ball, they maintain their composure, maintain their defensive stance. And what a super bit of defensive and offensive play from both sides. It remains 0-0 in this opening minute, but I don't know how.
You can see why I don't give the excuses now these days to burnout. It's players' choice. They should be used to it. As you say, repetition. Some players just play 12 hours for fun, but it's the mental fatigue, the physicality of competition that usually is that burning factor. But the second place team from Red, they should be up for this one here. Boost Over Ball. They want to stomp. They want to sit here and make a statement, because you know what here? What better to knock the team who is top seed down to the lower bracket? And do you know what's the unusual bit about it still? We talk about play styles, and Boost Over Ball was happy to play defensive there.
Cosmo tapping home into the empty net. And it was well worked by Boost Over Ball. It's a lovely bit of fake play by Cosmo just to lure Cedric in. And it was enough to open up the space. And it was enough to put the ball back into the empty Storm Shadows net. That's a brilliant way to suck up all the pressure and make your opposition pay for not being clinical. It's Boost Over Ball who lead now.
This is going to be good. I love the fact that nice bit of delay work by, of course, Pierce himself. And Joe Watts here, when the start of this competition out right back in Qualifier 1, that sort of man did not get enough credit outright over 8 weeks. He should be on a pedestal here. Maybe that's what the P truly stands for, but it is Cosmos who's straight down with the attacking play, and you know what, Cedric gets away with it. That's a connection with the 1-2, maybe 1-1 if it was on target or par, but maybes and ifs doesn't win your matches.
P rising fast, good clearance by Zatix. Chain dashes away on that wall. I love that mechanic, by the way. Up goes P again now. On this left-hand side wall. Envy will come into the play. Misflips there. Allows Josh to steal in for the clearance. Cedric now on his own backboard. It's a good demo, and it flies in to the back of the net, courtesy of Zatic. Had a little bit of help from P as well. And more Storm Shadows pressure doesn't result in a goal, and instead, the sucker punch at the other end. I've always said it with Boost Over Ball. They are one of the most clinical teams that I've seen in this entire tournament, and they show that yet again as they double their lead.
Just shows you how ruthless they can be. I would argue that maybe Rattlers are the team that does it better than anybody else, but it's that game, that idea, how well can you read it, how you can put yourself in the position, and that's 3 to the better.
Cosmo again, the beneficiary of good work by Zatic down on the right-hand side, forced P into a very awkward read on his own backboard or sidewall there, wherever you want to call it, of the goal. And sadly for the Storm Shadows, sadly for P, the ball was missed and it went to Cosmo, who taps home into an empty net for 3. And it is domination in the third game. Sorry, the first game of our second series this evening. It's a good demo again.
Quickly
They're
defeated.
gonna have another chance at goal. And the Storm Shadows, right now, at least the momentum has turned. They've been on top, in my opinion, but they just haven't got the goals to show for it. Whereas Boost Over Ball have been so clinical and have scored some very well-worked goals.
Well, stats don't win you games, there's unfortunately goals that do. And as much as the RAF would love to have an eraser on that scoreboard, they're going to be 4 down. Not to be mean still, but you can't be the better side here when you're leaking goals this much.
Yeah, I suppose so. You know what I mean when I say that. You know what I mean when I say that.
I know, but you know me too well.
Yeah, it's more you know, the pressure is from the Storm Shadows, but they're just being caught out. I mean, who knows? Like, it could be a deliberate plan. I mean, Boost Over Ball have had time to study. They may have studied the Storm Shadows' hyper-aggressive game style, and it does leave holes at the back sometimes. And you can see 4 goals are simply 4 mistakes and 4 exploited overcommits from the Irish Storm Shadows, and it's excellent from Boost Over Ball. It's the way to play against this style of play. And it's not the first time they've, of course, beaten the Storm Shadows. It's a wonderful effort from Cedric, though, and it is a goal. It is a lifeline in Game 1 for the RAF Storm Shadows, but you genuinely, with the way Boost Over Ball have played this game, you cannot see a comeback in this Game 1. As much as I would like there to be one, I just can't see it.
I'm not going to draw out which production member in the green room was sitting quoting from a popular sort of comic of the era, but I didn't realize we were going to go into Blackadder here. We've got a cunning plan here. Is that so, Baldric? I feel like that's the way here. That was set and left here by the RAF here. But they have got that one goal here, and Sale myself, and you know, Relic as well in terms of Germany would have sat there and talked about momentum being such a key element of the game. How do you use it? If the RAF was to go and not concede with the next 40 seconds and go into Game 2, some would say that would be a victory.
It's a great... Oh, it's a fantastic strike, and it was destined, I thought, for the top corner, but it was saved by their own teammates from Boost Over Ball. Not sure what happened there. Maybe a slight miscommunication. It shouldn't matter, though, because the return chance for Zatic converted. 20 seconds to play. Game number 1 is over.
Is it?
Absolutely.
What was the scoreline again?
Oh, I don't know. I can't read.
Okay, can you not here? We may have to get Infinity to sub in for you then.
Sorry, I don't speak English either.
It's all right. They've got subtitles on for the Irishman. Only for BF, we only get the best for our viewers here. But 5-1 for Boost Over Ball in Game 1. The RAF, who by some would say burnt out. But the question is, in that floor, how do you respond? How do you get up here? Well, still, how do they get up?
They'll want to tighten things up and maybe play at times a little bit more spread out, because the majority of the goals scored against the RAF Storm Shadows here are due to their over-committing and hyper-aggressive playstyle. If they can find that right balance, the sweet spot between being attacking and defensively minded, whether it's playing a deeper third man and calling more cuts for the first two men in the attack, or if it's just simply attacking less and playing more of a punishing playstyle, like Boost Over Ball are doing, that is the way to go. But it also depends on the mentality set of the Storm Shadows players right now. It wasn't a terrible first game by any stretch of the imagination. So a good start here in Game 2, and we may just see a cracker like the one that we saw in Qualifier 6.
Certainly so, and if they can get that sort of goal that they were desperately trying to get through in terms of how well they were having the attack put across in that opening 30 seconds by the RAF, it could have been a different game here. It's that sort of sense of understanding the situation here. One goal can look like a fragile lead or a monumental task depending on who you're facing against, and Boost Over Ball played it well, defensively held, and then unfortunately for the RAF did concede that goal here. But that's not the story after 30 seconds here. Much more even if that's somehow that you can get from a game like this.
There is an opportunity here, but Zatic able to come across. The ball pinches away to the left-hand side if you are a Boost Over Ball player. Cedric takes control of the play. Wonderful effort. Goes onto the crossbar, where it was, I believe, Cosmo there to pick up the ball. Zatic now. Right-hand side wall again. Cedric challenging him to it. There's a lot more aggression in that challenge from Cedric. And it's a wonderful second touch as well. Up goes Envy. Can he drop it down? He can. P will be there. Slots it home. And the RAF Storm Shadows have liftoff.
Can you read the scoreline still?
I've suddenly learnt how to read English.
Oh, that's good. Can you tell me what it was then?
It's RAF Storm Shadows 1. Boost Over Ball 0.
Well, you might see the running joke in this series. Unfortunately, Boost Over Ball couldn't see how to defend that one, but it's a game Can they cast that out and from their memory here? That's a quick counter-attacking play, and unfortunately, once and twice is not good enough here when you hit the side wall.
Envy combining with Cedric, some wonderful flicked effort. But Josh on the backboard, performing admirably in defense. And Envy will wave dash across. Limited boost, so can't come off the ceiling. Zatic and Cosmo double committing there. It's rare that you see a double commit from this boost over ball side. Cedric, nice clearance, but has limited boost. Has to hope his teammates can bail him out, which they do. P diverts it goalwards. Josh has to get there, which he does. Clears away to his left-hand side. It's a wonderful read by Envy, looking to threaten opening up the space for Cedric, who's missed that effort, and P has to come across, and just in the nick of time, is able to clear off his own goal mouth.
And right across that entirety, the ball was moving towards the RAF net as well too. Boost over ball might feel a bit hard done by, but once again, it is P himself who's covering that to a defensive line well enough here. But there is no such thing as a defender when you batter them into the face here. Only if we had a boxer with the famous quote.
Everybody has a plan, until you get hit in the face. And the plan for the Storm Shadows shattered there, whatever it was, because of the hyper aggression of boost over ball. They made the pressure count, they made the aggression count, and we're back to all square. 1-1. I can somehow still read. Josh, only as far as Envy, and Cosmo will come across. It's a bit of a miss zone, opens up some space. More pressure from the RAF Storm Shadows. They're really committing to this one. Cedric looking for more bumps on that back line, but boost over ball, that time anyway, able to resist the Storm Shadows' pressure.
Cedric from his corner, bringing across here, should be getting taken over quite shortly. Envy over to Cedric, and connection's not on point here. May have got the touch, but it's half the delay here, carry the momentum, and I think that might be the eyesight of Stelios returning, but I'll do it for him. It's 2-1 here, and the pass was exquisite to be fair, and the defense split in two.
What a finish from Embry, but the team play there, back to front. P to Cedric to Envy, who read the pass so well. And they lead again as we cross over into the second half of the game. But it's boost over ball straight back into the defensive third of the RAF Storm Shadows as they try and hunt for an immediate response. Cedric almost beating the last man there. P with a beautiful soft touch. And Cosmo able to provide boost over ball with an element, a moment of respite in defense.
Well, they might need a bit more rest here, according to some. I think that may just be a case of riding the adrenaline at this point in time, as Envy using every bit of boost he could there to force that one right through. In fact, he did get two defenders out and plucked them away. But the ball felt kindly, would have been 3-1, and we may not hear the end of it.
Cedric, only as far as Zatic. P presses, it's good pressure, it's good first man play by P. Envy will be on this left-hand side ball, misses, but Cedric's there to cover, to pick up the pieces. They seem to be in sync now of the RAF Storm Shadows, and this is where they're at their most dangerous. But of course, we know that there are flaws. We know that they can sometimes leave too much space. That's a nice clear by Cedric. Josh will struggle to get there, but he does, and tips it onto the post, but the ball remains inside the half of boost over ball now. Envy recenters. Cedric will fake challenge that one, and it will reach the car of P on his own backboard. Nice first touch. Baits in Josh. And now that ball just squirms to Envy. It's got a little bit of time to play with as we venture into the final 30 seconds of play. And Danny, will it be a 1-1 game? Will it be a 1-1 series? Or can Boost Over Ball provide one more sting in the tail? Take us through.
Well, I'm meant to be not biased, but I will be. I'm hoping for a 2-0 series lead for Boost Over Ball. How thrilling that would be, and they may have that particular outline here. No fake being brought out through Cedric here, and Exotic. Well, he's misread that one, infield pass, and it's Envy who sacrifices his life on the line. Some would say that's over-dramatic, others would say necessary, but it is 2-1, and for everybody's sake, even the neutrals who be loving this, it's one apiece in the series.
Super stuff from the RAF Storm Shadows. They recovered, they came back from a convincing win in Game 1 by Boost Over Ball, and they find themselves on level terms. It was exactly as we discussed it. They took their time. They played a little bit more conservatively, but they struck the balance a lot better in that game. They were offensively minded whilst also taking care of the gaps at the back. And it allowed, actually, what we saw in the game, which is what Boost Over Ball did. They came forward and they were a bit more aggressive, but this time, almost the opposite happened, and it was 2 wonderfully worked goals by the RF Storm Shadows, noting that second goal, and with all 3 players involved, that put them in the lead and ultimately gave them the second game.
I think what's going to be also a part of this sort of series is not just even those sort of fixes in the games, is who scores first and how do you hold the nerve in the last sort of minute, maybe even 30 seconds. Back in Germany, as that one runs on in as well too. It's actually that man in question who's going to bring up here the amount of times P got that sort of equalising goal or bring that game back in for them was ridiculous. If they can lead through him at the start, Boost Over Ball will have a lot of problems to contend with here.
It's true, P seems to be the clutch man at points, and it's a true testament, because on paper he is the lowest rank in this RF Storm Shadows lineup, but just shows you that rank doesn't always mean everything. If the team gels well with each other, and if the team plays for each other, then rank means nothing. And these 3 players, they proved it in Germany last week, reaching the grand final against multiple teams that on paper have higher rank differentials than them, and yet they were able to pull it off, and they're doing a similar thing here. Josh for Boost Over Ball now. Up goes Cosmo. It's a wonderful double tap attempt, but Envy able to temporarily get that one away, but it was a bit of a whiff from Envy there, but P completed the clearance now as Boost Over Ball looked to link up. Oh, it's wonderful play. Can they finish it? That is goal of the night. You cannot change my mind.
Oh, I have to agree with you as well too. How do you like those apples there? The bulb has certainly bubbled its way to the surface. The RAF, come on! What can you do? This is a potential grand final in the long. Show us what you've got.
I mean, sometimes you just have to hold your hands up and say that was simply magical. That's exactly what Boost Over Ball did. And if that's what it takes to beat the Storm Shadow side, then fair play, because that is nothing short of sensational and something that you would be not wrong in saying that you would see at RLCS level. And that is a professional standard goal. It shows you the level of Boost Over Ball. What a goal. About 4 passes in that when they've only got 3 players. It's absolutely crazy. And they're maybe making the most of that momentum now. P caught on his heels, and Josh makes it 2. And once again, momentum swings the opposite way, and Boost Over Ball lead the Storm Shadows 2-1.
Oh, I loved it when we saw this potential schedule and what match and who we could have. And when this was the upper semi-final, we all sat here in the green room, literally thought this could be a final for the Lamb. We even said so multiple times. Here's that one up the woodwork. All of the semi-finalists could be it in that sort of position. Envy, however, doesn't like the idea of semi-finalists. He wants another final.
And he may just get it with poaching ability like that. Again, it was sustained pressure by the RAF Storm Shadows onto that Boost Over Ball net. They opened up the space, they forced the error, and they made the most of it. That's the kind of clinical aspect that sometimes the Storm Shadows just fail to deliver. That's wonderful passing play by Cedric again, looking for P. And it nearly resulted in another goal. Evie may get there! And from an acute angle, how on earth did he get to that ball? But he did just that. He found the back of the net, and the RAF Storm Shadows in the lead again.
And there's the average of the intermediate qualifiers. 5 goals has been scored in each game. That's the sort of the statistical that we would expect. Well, there it is, and it's only been 2 minutes worth of play. It should be maybe 5-5 the way they've been going. Maybe the side up the 6th to get it out right here. Who knows? Who knows?
Envy onto the backboard. Cedric should be there. He is. It's a wonderful effort, but a good save. P on the rebound, and the constant RAF Storm Shadows pressure continues to pay off. The game plan is being executed here to perfection, at least thus far in the series. And for now, and for the first time really in the series, Boost Over Ball look in real trouble. Momentum may ebb and flow throughout the series, but that is, as it looks to me in my eyes, at this moment in time, could still change. But for now, Envy and Cedric still searching for a 5th goal for the RAF Storm Shadows, and they combine again. more magic from the Storm Shadows, and they get that all-important 3-goal lead.
Every time I somewhat, shall we say, make a negative statement outright to the RAF in terms of other teams is better, somewhat like to make a statement saying, we're here, we're top seeds, do not give any disrespect here. This is the type of game here that may scare the rest of the competition. Is goal number 6 here. Joe Watt here will go over the 2020 vision in the form of Stelios. You can believe your eyes. I think others at home might not.
More good play by the RAF Storm Shadows. Cedric, Envy, and P combining wonderfully. It's 6 to the good, and we're just over the halfway point here in the game that may tip things in the favour of whoever wins it. That is my belief. It's always difficult to come back from 2 match points down, but it'll be the Storm Shadows that have that, have the series to lose. BOB started so well, racing to a comfortable first game lead. Storm Shadows brought it back, and now in game 3, look like they're gonna go to that vital match point, unless of course there is late drama, but I don't see it, I can't see it, I don't want to see it. And they are still trying. It's a wonderful effort by Josh, and if not for more good defending by Cedric, that would have put them at least in contention to go to at least half the lead, but instead it's a sucker punch to confirm game 3, and surely now the Storm Shadows will be on 2 match points.
And Joseph, you're sitting at home here, and just to give it sort of the neutral sort of outlook as well too, when the side does get beaten this sort of bit, but when they are sort of the 2 top end teams, you expect a response in kind, and Boost Over Ball does have that in that sort of caliber. But in this sort of main team, the RAF sort of expected 3. I don't think I've seen, at least in these qualifiers, in this sort of type of environment, where they have dominated an individual game like this.
I have to agree. I mean, the last time I saw them play like this, and that's a wonderful fake, by the way, by Zatic, was against BOB in the grand final in Qualifier 6. That was the last time I remembered it. And it continues to live up to the hype of these two teams playing out incredible series. And long may it continue. Long may it happen at the LAN as well. I definitely want to see these two sides play each other in LAN, because it will be ridiculous. And it'll be scenes, it'll be fire on the stage as the Storm Shadows search for goal number 8. There's been one close game. There's been one battering by either of these two sides on each other in this series. And we still have a maximum of 3 games to play.
Only?
As in of maximum of this best of 5, 3 games to play after this one.
Oh, no, we're going to get more than that. Only is just merely a temporary pause, because this is potentially maybe the grand final waiting. Whoever's on the lower side of the bracket, I feel sorry for whoever's going to have to face one of these 2. They're on form here, and do you know what? We barely even talked about this. Omni and Resurgence Sealer semi-finalists. You can have a mini league there.
That is
and
true.
You wouldn't know who go on top.
That is really, really true. Actually, I genuinely don't like. I've said it from the start. I think Omnia are the team to beat at the moment. I think they've looked pretty good, and that is who my favourites are of the tournament so far. But when the Storm Shadows are on form like this, it changes my mind. It does. It really does. And again, you throw Boost Over Ball and Resurgence in there as well, and I mean, it's gonna be electric. Will come LAN day. I cannot wait. This is almost, as you say, a mini league here in this Qualifier 8 Day 2. And it's almost like a preview of what we might come to expect from all 4 of these sides. And the story will be in this game that the Storm Shadows have got themselves in front, got their noses in front. But it's over to Boost Over Ball now to do what the RA Storm Shadows did to them. Can they come back? Can they make a statement for themselves? We're about to find out, Danny.
Certainly will. And Joe, with that question in terms of why you're happy or looking forward to it, this is the why. You do not get a top 8 like this, and don't expect your top teams not. It would be silly to think otherwise here. But a game that now question really that's been more than pertinent. who scores first, because that dictated a lot of the game so far in the last 3 here.
Yeah, absolutely agree. The first goal going in is so important, and both teams that have scored the first goal have ended up winning the series, the game, I believe. Oh, was that the case for game 2? I'm not sure if BOB took the lead. I think they did, but nevertheless, it does dictate a large portion of the first half of the game, and that's why it's so important. And you can see Boost of the Ball have already made an improvement, applying immediate pressure onto the RAF Storm Shadows defense. But for now, at least, they survive, and the opening minute, once again, is goalless.
Exactly. So, you lucky there. If he waited half a second more there, that would have been gone from him. Can't afford to take liberties here right now. Not when you're trailing in the series. And that ball's just been sat with it. And it's just for Pierce to slow the game down and draw the ball out, and it's simply the Jenga blocks has fallen.
Really good work again by the RAF Storm Shadows, working the play nicely down the left-hand side. The crucial part of that play was Cedric's shot. The fake play to go underneath the final defender. That is experience. That is composure. That is a man who is fully aware of his surroundings and how it looks in offense. That's Pete with a good flick again. It's off the crossbar and down. What a start for the RAF Storm Shadows. They have scored a series of unbelievable goals, and that is up there with all of them in this series. That is beautiful from P. A delightful, controlled flick sees the Storm Shadows double their lead.
You can see the Pistorius is getting some flickering here by Stelios just to describe the flicks, the P, and everybody else here. But I think at this point here, it's please can we have more here, but for the neutral, and even the fans of Boost Over Ball here, they'll be screaming to some extent here is, come on lads, get a move on here, we want to see more from you. Geo watch here, they're trying to get something going here. You saw the idea of the air dribble and the sort of the passing play while in the sky, but that's just a floating idea at best. Haven't been close getting to it. They might just need to find something else here.
P wraps the shot, and again, another clinical finish from the RAF Storm Shadows. Cedric dribbling it to P, who takes over the play, wraps around, could have easily passed Cedric if he wanted to, but chose to take on the shot. It's brave from that angle, and it had to be spot on. It had to be perfect. And the RAF Storm Shadows triple their lead now, and are looking to have 1 foot in that grand final here in Qualifier 8.
Oh, you're getting a bit early there. It's only going to be the upper final here, but I can sort of sense already just what the grand final could already be here. But Geo watch here, Boost Over Ball with half a game to find 3 goals. Most of the normal time I would call it. But out of the respect here at this roster, I'll give it an extra minute. If they don't score 1, I suggest we get the bracket ready. It's going to be an RAF upper.
And they do grab the goal at a vital time. As you said, Danny, it had to be then. It had to be now. And Josh left it. Sorry, Josh was played on there by Cosmo. And the shot from Josh was clinical. And there it is. There is a lifeline here in game 4. The Boost Over Ball. Can they take it? They need to respond. They need to fire back again. And it needs to be quick.
I hope you got a lozenge already, Stel, because your voice might be gone here. A lot of whooping and cheering for the RAF is maybe on course for this particular par this evening here as P. There he is once more trying to wiggle that one right through here. And RAF essentially with quite a high line. Demo moves across here. Joe, what? I'll do you a favour here, Stel. This is game, set, and match.
Cedric, Envy combining again. It's 4 goals to the good. 3 in the lead now. And Envy, I see him hit those chain dashes on that wall time and time again. I saw it in front of my own face in Germany. Not a clue how he does it, but my God, is it effective for beating a man with limited boost when you're on those walls. But that is a good response again from Boost Over Ball. And maybe not, Danny. Maybe we're not quite done with this series yet. Maybe there is one last sting in the tail from Boost Over Ball, who are determined to go out fighting through the end. And if they go to the lower bracket, they're not going down quietly.
Well, you were tuned in for last week's qualifier. Pegasus, who you literally disconnected 4 times, and the Tempest scored in quick concessions. Is this going to be an evening every time I rule out Boost Over Ball they score one? If so, here they might be wanting me to say it. so what, every 20 seconds here to give them a fighting chance here. But so far, you say hemmed, normally I go with clamped, but it is an RAF pressure point here on that left flank, and they've been continuing to simply just not let go. And it's at times feels ridiculous. Josh, however, goes low right through it here. And do you know what here? Boost over ball. What's taking you so long here?
You can see as soon as Cosmo went for that demo on PvP, he had to really watch himself, and he did just that. He bided his time, but the 50 from Josh was far too strong for him. And the lead slashed again, back to within 1 goal now. P goes up, chooses to go underneath the car of Cosmo. Zatic misses. It's a lovely setup touch by Josh, but Cedric's there as we approach now the final minutes. Vital moments here for both sides. The Storm Shadows can survive another 30 seconds. You believe it's going to get pretty hard. However, if Boost over Ball grabs something, you get the feeling that Game 5, it's got it written all over it. If they can find that dramatic equalizer late on in this game. Momentum then comes into play. Height, morale comes into play, and surely Boost over Ball will be booming with all of those if they can find a route back in. But for now, there's 30 seconds on the clock, and it has to happen. If at any time, it's got to be now.
Well, unfortunately, be the RAF to continue the world of pain. They want to dish out here and not even give Boost of the Ball a chance at that particular thought here, and that will be crossbar. And will be a passing opportunity. That's actually far too heavy of a touch here and too low. But the second phase of play cut out here. 10 seconds left. The clock is ticking, boys. Can you get one on in here? And it seems to be no, no, no.
And it will bounce and it will hit the floor. It stays alive. Will the Rule 1 remain in effect for a long period of time? Boost of the Ball will hope so. Josh tries to flick it up. Cosmo keeps it alive and gets a good clearance, but Envy's there, drops it down, and the RAF Storm Shadows knock out Boost over Ball into the lower bracket as they progress to the upper final. That, Danny, is a super performance from the RAF Storm Shadows.
I have to agree with you on that one. We're going to have probably a massive debate here on what burnout really means here, because that does not look like it's say that unfortunately has that particular wording here. But, you know, let's park even the series itself here. That sort of upper four sort of semi-final still. We've been sitting here and saying this is potentially, you know, the LAN itself in September. Anybody could win it from here. That's evidence of it here. And I haven't even looked at what there were, you know, who's in that upper final match. But, you know, replay it 100 times there. It could go either way.
It really could. It really could. I mean, that was the. That was the revenge almost for Boost of the Ball beating Storm Shadows in that qualified 6 grand final, which was so good, and it was such a good series to be a part of. And it almost was. There you go, had it back from the Storm Shadows, and it looked ropey in the first game for the Storm Shadows as they succumbed to the first game from Boost of the Ball, who played so good, but they took a moment. It took the breath in between that first game. They came back with a new game plan, which was a slightly more conservative one, which left less room, less gap in their own defense, which invited Boost of the Ball onto the Storm Shadows, but they made them pay. They became more clinical with their chances, and the Storm Shadows, well, they made Boost of the Ball pay, and 3-1 as well. A good result for the Storm Shadows.
Well, it certainly is there. I saw the result of the other semi-final. Do you know what? I'm not going to reveal it just yet here because we should head to a break here. And do you know what? Let's just say madness waits on the other side of this one.
Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the Armed Forces. Featuring Rocket League. The league is open to the whole Armed Forces community, including their families, civilian staff, and cadets. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Gamers, get ready. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the Armed Forces. Featuring Rocket League. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool.
Welcome back, everybody. And there's no rest for the wicked, because the next match is going to be that upper bracket finals. It's going to be Omnia versus the RAF Storm Shadows, who haven't really had much of a chance to get a break. And actually, talking of not getting a chance to have a break, I believe we've got a third excuse lined up waiting in the wings from Stelios. So I've heard rumors that not everyone is maybe playing at their max peripheral capacity.
No, it's not really an excuse. It was just something that I observed going into the chat. So for those, again, who didn't know, I went into the chat just now with the RSM channel just to see how they're doing and congratulate them on what was an outstanding performance. And Cedric reminded me as well that, just as a joke, that he's currently in Scotland for a work-related trip, which means he's not playing on his normal setup. I asked him what he's playing on, and he's playing on the infamous 15-inch laptop screen that he played on for the last qualifier.
He's got a controller, or he's not playing with a trackpad, right?
No. Yeah, he's on controller. He is on controller. Yeah, that would be impossible. But the key for them there was that I spoke to them. They're playing like they don't care is what they said, because they know that they're top seed to land. It's all but confirmed now, Affinity. So maybe that's a secret. Maybe that's why they're not feeling the burnout. Maybe that's why they're not feeling any pressure. They're just playing with complete freedom.
Potentially, but I'm going to pose the question to you, Daddy, because I know that this is a double whammy. Not only do you get to tear a team to shreds, you get to tear Stelios' team to shreds. Were there any moments of weakness that you saw last game that Omnia could really drive home the point with?
Oh, do you have a spinny wheel here? You can have 100 here, and I'll easily take them down here.
Give us your favorites then. Hand selected, curated favorites.
Well, my favorite one is that you can't win without cash. They love that particular tune, and a few tiers might be run Stelios. They haven't yet won it. Maybe this may be the qualifier, the pressure of top seed, you don't have to defend it, and yada yada yada. But 15-inch screen, burnout and all this. Where's the real players who come out, just get the job done? Like Omnia, we don't hear them complaining.
Ooh.
True. And maybe if they lose the match today, we'll get to see that side from them. We'll find out. But this is quite an exciting one. Can I get predictions for scoreline? How many games are going to go each way? We'll start with you then, Stelios.
It's a tough one because Omnia are an exceptional side. They, I think, are the team to beat right now. I think this goes to game 5, and I'm going to say that I'm going to back the Storm Shadows.
Danny, do you agree?
No, would be the short answer. It's just more I'm trying to work out here, and the problem that I have, it's for Omnia, and that goes with EO4. How good is he playing? And we haven't seen him at all today here. So I'll play safe and go 3-2. If he's playing well, do you know what? I'll be bold. Do you know what? Scratch it. I'll go 3-0 to the Omnia.
That's quite exciting. So it's very dependent, and of course with only teams 3v3, one player's not having a particularly stellar day can really impact. But let's take a look at the bracket. So this is of course our upper bracket. It means the winner of this goes directly into that best of 7 grand final. However, there is also a lower bracket going on. Double elimination means that one loss and does not count you down and out. We talked about how we'd seen the UVG girls have unfortunately decided to drop out today, which meant that RAF Shadows got an immediate bye through to the next round, where they go up against Resurgence, which definitely a difficult match and not a team that is particularly fun to go against. And then, of course, fighting to continue their run in the lower bracket, Boost Overball versus Sparrowhawks. They will then play these matches. They will then play each other. And the winner of that will go forward and play the winner of this game to try figure out who's going to be in that grand finals, and then of course who's going to be in the lower consolidation to try scoop up just a couple of extra points to go towards that seeding. Standing right here right now, do we have a favorite to win? If you had to pick one team that you think is winning it all today, just very quickly, team name from either side.
Oh, RAF Storm Shadows.
Both of you? Danny,
no, not a chance. Omnia.
I like it. A little bit of a disagreement, but I will wish both of you best of luck with your predictions, and I will leave you guys to the game, and I'll see you on the other side.
Both teams ready to go. The signal has been given then. And I do think it is, if it's not the Storm Shadows, it will be Omnia to take this qualifier 8. I don't see any other team beating any of these two sides right now with the way they're playing, but I am curious. To see what happens here tonight in this series. So whatever happens, I hope it entertains all you guys watching at home, because so far the show has been excellent.
And Joe, it feels cheesy every time, but we truly do mean it. So the quality gets better and better with each qualifier that does go on past here. But, and this is not to detract everything away from it, it's sort of that situation in terms of, how much are you willing to give? How much are you willing to put online here? As you said here, these are the top two teams, the sort of the current sort of informed favourites, and I don't think we're going to have the sense of an excuse in terms of what they're going to be giving us here. I think that we'll see them throw everything at them. It's just that question from day one here, what the video even asked us about in terms of will they hold something back?
Time will tell if that does turn out to be a truth. It'll depend on a lot of variables, but right now, proceedings have started off in an even capacity. Almost a chess match early on as the first minute flies by. Best of 5 still the last one of the evening in the upper side of things. Envy goes up. Wonderful first touch, soft enough for a second as well. And almost beats Hammer Saints right at the death. And now P will rise. It's a good positive start here for the RAF Storm Shadows. Envy rises off the backboard, goes for a bump, gets the bump, but the shot did not follow. P keeps the pressure alive. Comes off the ceiling now. Envy will be there, bounces down, and it ends up in a goal for the RAF Storm Shadows. Once again, they start off on fire. And Omnia look, at the moment anyway, like they're playing against a different team than they faced last week in the grand final.
It was almost a shocking grand final in terms of what happened. Not in a bad or negative way before anybody presumed Mo Stanley as everything sort of deep and miserable. It was that sort of sense of, really did that happen? The fireworks really did come out of Omnia that we did not expect at all. And to some extent, probably even through Kaish, to some surprise, the way that even he tried to adjust to nullify, to neutralize the effect that Omnia had, that was... we haven't seen something like that there. The fact is, Omnia aren't coming out full blasting here, full, sort of lighting the stage on blaze here. But mind you here, it's only the upper final. They could potentially have, 7 more games later on tonight alone here. But I did say EO4 is going to be that difference maker. Can he sort of be that step up? Is that question mark in terms of that debate in terms like Pierce, maybe the lowest rank doesn't necessarily mean the lowest player.
No, it's certainly not. As The ball continues to 50 in front of the Aria Storm Shadows defense. And eventually they come out and break the pressure. Up goes P. It's a good 50-50, but with Minty as well. It's good defending. Falls Cedric off the backboard. Will go for a bump, and it will fall to P. P with the shot. P with the goal. And Omnia stunned off the start. And the RAS Storm Shadows take full control of game 1.
Is this happening still?
Suddenly I can read really, really clearly. I can almost as if I've got glasses on.
Can I have mine's back, please?
Yes, you can. Sure, no problem. I'll send them in the post.
Well, thank you. I presume it's 3 to 5 business days by the Royal Mail here, but that one was on the stamp itself here. Omnia goes to 2-1.
EO4 with a wonderful touch, by the way. What a touch to send that to Hammer Saints. And Hammer Saints had to keep his nerve there to slot that one into the top right, and he did just that. And momentum may have just shifted. Time on the clock here, and it's an open net. P can't get there, and it's a sting in the tail for the Aria Storm Shadows. The 2-goal lead has evaporated.
And it's just unfortunately like a gelatine mixture that we were talking about earlier. That one was scrumptious, but whether it will be the full taste of it, let's see if it'll be made of iron here in the form of Cedric. That one not through, and well, Envy just dropped that one back into it here. So do you know what? This is what Boost Over the Ball failed to do against the Storm Shadows, a series ago.
That is exactly right, and there you can see they're now pressing to gain the lead. That's a fine touch by Envy as he marches down the left and gets a shot on goal as well. Hammer Saints can't get there, and what a very good bit of recognition that was from Envy. The first touch to beat Minty, the chain dashing on the wall, I told you. He does it time and time again, and there you see the value. Limited boost on the car of Envy, kept his momentum, and then allowed him, with that impressive mechanical skill that he possesses, to place into the empty net. And the Storm Shadows retake the lead.
Suddenly those glasses weren't being sent back as quickly there. About 60 seconds still left in this game though. And that's at least maybe a tempting shot on target here. The problem is Omnia's too spread apart here to really capitalize on the threat they're trying to produce here. And at some point here, and this is the difference when you have a team that knows they can win, is that sense of not giving up but knows when to back off from a chance that isn't going to convert.
What a save, by the way, from Envy. I'm not sure how much he knew about it, but that looked like it was going to sneak its way into that far post. And we're into the final 30 seconds of play now. Hammer Saints gets the flip reset, goes over the top of Envy. Cedric is there to play out to P, who was waiting with a nice soft touch. Fake play as well. Hammer Saints has to pinch, and is beaten back into his own defensive third for that reason. And Envy will get beaten. It's going to land off the post. And can Omnia convert the pressure? It's a good 50 with Hammer Saints, and it sneaks its way in at a vital time. And this series is going to just continue to heat up. It's 3-3.
Oh, do you know what here? I don't think that touch gets the credit it deserved. Sauce just enough here to play it right across and into it. But this is, however, a nervy affair by both sides here. We talked about the last series, how important the first goal is. This one going to OT. Do you know what here? For an upper final, can you ask for more?
You really, really can't. There's Envy into Cedric. The ball, will it find the net? No, it's a good save by Hammer Saints as we approach overtime. Our first one of the series. One of, maybe even the first one of the night as a whole. And it's Storm Shadows who started on the front foot.
Maybe. At least one of the very few of this particular OT. And there's so much in those situations here where you can almost sense that, both sides here know the importance of it, in the fact that essentially there's always two players back defensively here too, so they're not willing to risk it just yet here. Probably around about the 2-minute mark here. Let's something extraordinarily happens here, and that one's a loose one.
Cedric chases the play. It'll be awkward here for EO4, but he plays it across to Hammer Saints. Hammer Saints with a good first touch. Cedric will rise high, doing battle with Hammer Saints in the air. It was a good 50 between the two of them, but MV's looping effort finds Cedric, and it was a dangerous opportunity. Maybe had he left that for MV on the rebound, it may have resulted in a goal. I couldn't quite see from the angle that I had, but the chance goes a begging.
Oh, do you know what, here? I thought it was like a snapshot. You just saw the demo and you saw it going, there's nobody there, really? Somebody has to push for it. How do you not there? You're sort of waiting for somebody. You know, it's like crossing the zebra line here. Everybody was parked waiting for you.
It was there. It was there for Omnia's taking. And who knows, this first game may be the key, the ignition for both of these two sides to take the series win. There'll be a lot more of a story to tell in the next couple of games, but the first one, taking it is always a bonus. It just frees you of pressure, gives you a little bit of insurance. EO4 centers, Minty's there! And Omnia take game one.
And if they didn't score and were on the receiving end of an RAF goal here, how much damage that could have done here. But again, we can talk about the probabilities and, you know, with a crystal ball, or we can talk about the gameplay in front of us. Still, there's not many teams here where you look at a series and go, that's left you sort of speechless here. This is one of those games here, you look at it and you go, what sort of ludicrous thing is one of these players going to do here? Because it's going to leave somebody speechless and nobody's going to respond to it. And I think Omnia's got the upper hand, at least in terms of that so far.
It was that type of game, and it started so well for the RAF Storm Shadows, doubling their lead early on. But the important part was Omnia held their nerve. They fought back into it, and they held it over in overtime as well to take a crucial Game 1 lead. Can they do it again? We're about to find out.
We've been saying all night long here about how good these teams are. And it's a shame this upper final is only a best of 5. But again, some teams you might need to feel a wee bit under the pressure here, and the RAF will be up. Good save once again by Envy, and Cedric has done his best there to keep that one away here. The only thing I dislike about the play out right there is throwing the ball away here. Stay behind it, you know, at least get a 50 out of it, and you know what, you can at least control the sort of the sense of the challenge there.
That may be the case, but up goes Minty alongside Envy. That was a cracking save, by the way. You're quite right with how good it was. It was destined for a goal otherwise, and that is a double commit. Cedric has to rise and gets there. Minty, soft first touch. P bumped out of the way, gets a flip reset, chooses to bide his time, and P rushes in with limited boost. Perfect first man play. Hammer Saints, backboard. Heavy first touch. Cedric was there to attempt to shut him down, but the ball just snuck past the bonnet of Cedric as Minty beats 2. Cedric cuts across, tries to beat Hammer Saints, and it goes almost over him. But EO4 there to calm things down. MV, time on the ball, gets a center. Can the Storm Shadows finish? They can! And it's that man P again to kick things off in a positive light for the RAF Storm Shadows.
And you know what, as much as we can credit the attacking play, that was probably one of the worst defensive sort of structures Omnia has done in some time. That's a simply allowing your sort of all three on the wall here. They're actually just being split apart at the seams here. The second one in quick concession here. And that's, you know, a sin essentially here. You do not concede, and you do not concede as that quickly in the second one either.
Strong play by Cedric. Knew what laid in front of him. It was a resilient Hammer Saints, positioned his car very well initially, which is why Cedric delayed his touch. And then allowed him to 50 from close range. And when you get a 50 that close, you're always going to struggle to save it. Hammer Saints, a rare whiff in front of goal for him. He almost never does that. It shows you that maybe even the best in this in these series and in these games in the BFBS Pro League can sometimes suffer from a little bit of pressure.
I'm just sort of sitting back there, and what Finny sat there and saying, you know, pressure makes diamonds. I think that phrase can never be sort of more true. But the question really at that point is who's the jewel that sits in the top of the crown itself here. But how heavy is the crown on those shoulders here in Cedric? Well, he's trying to push that one all by himself here. He had options if he wanted so, but the fortunate thing that Omnia has here is that they're only 2-0 down. You know, that's to some extent a luxury in this type of game here. They have to get a goal here to remove that sort of sense that the RAF can dictate the game here.
These next moments are vital for the RAF Storm Shadows. It was 2-0, and before we knew it in game 1, it was 2-2. And if they can avoid that for the next minute or so, it will help their case to score game 2 on the board. But you can see now, Omnia with all the pressure, Omnia with all the cards right now on offense, but for now anyway, the RAF Storm Shadows defense is holding firm. EO4 finds Minty. Back towards EO4, Cedric's touch is a good one, but EO4 keeps pressure alive. Minty rotates in, and Hammer Saints' touch will be met by Minty, who flicks up, and Cedric can complete the defensive sequence.
That's such an important touch by both there, really. One sort of what delays the attack, the other one actually delays the defense. And hence it has that sort of annulling effect here. Allows our Omnia, because of the nature of the ball here, back it goes into the middle in EO4. It's an awkward decision. Rightly, however, it slays to the wall here. And you know what? Minty's trying to shake it up there. They've been going for the passing plays, but that's the somewhat difference between even their own quality of players in the same team. If that was hammering the ball, you would almost sense a goal from the dribble.
Fine play by Envy to keep the ball inside the Omnia half. A good shot by Cedric. And the post that time saving Omnia. P with a fine first touch. Up goes Cedric. Envy's got to be careful, and he chooses the right call, which was to fake challenge aggressively. And he buys himself and his team time to rotate. It's great play by Envy. And P now comes away. Envy searching for a demo. Hammer Saints gets there and he loops the ball high. A goal here will change things for Omnia. The flip reset beats Cedric, but good second man play. Good rotations from the Storm Shadows. They keep it tight, they keep it textbook, and they maintain the all-important 2-goal advantage. A shutout here, Danny, will be massive.
And you know what, here, they can keep hold of it, be ideal. However, that one has been diced. Straight pop in loop in terms of the ball here. But why allow a player like Minty that much space going up to the pitch as well? Two problems. And Omnia will happily capitalise to give themselves a chance here.
Just like that, momentum shifts again. P, he follows it up! And he surely makes all but sure that the Storm Shadows will level things up here and will take us to a best of 3. Time on the clock still. It was a slight misflip by Hammer Saints. Had he held his nerve, he would have been in a much better position to save that effort from P. But the follow-up was good, the shot was firm, and the lead extends again to 2.
No, probably would suggest that the game itself is done and dusted, really. Very few teams here will lose sort of that sort of 2-goal lead the way that the RAF has established themselves here. And if things sort of what transpire the way it's been currently going this evening here, the RAF, you know, might look at the sort of the previous series and suggest here this one will be going 3-1 as well here, but even they won't be going too far in terms of the future.
Omnia with one last push. It's more good defending by the RAF Storm Shadows now. Hammer Saints inside the Storm Shadows half. It is deep. It does hit the ground. And this series now is a best of 3. And ladies and gentlemen, wherever you're watching from, I hope you're enjoying the show. Dramatic theatre in front of your very eyes tonight, with the RAF Storm Shadows beating Boost Overball earlier in the lower semi-final, and now all square with Omnia. Can they go all the way? Time will tell. Omnia, though, possess an ever-present danger to this side. They know it. We know it. Who will come out on top?
So sort of nicely poised as well, too. And, you know, no disrespect to any of the teams in the lower bracket, but the likelihood is, and I think many of us would sit here and say this will be the grand final for this evening, too. But again, you know what? Nothing's guaranteed in this game here. Because even going into Omnia, you know, blew the RAF away no more than a week ago. And then suddenly here, the RAF gets themselves back in the game in such a controlled manner to the point here where it just dictated. But however, it is Minty doing what Booster were both failed to do no more than about 20 minutes ago. They're up by 1.
That is sensational, by the way, from Minty. The first touch onto the backboard, and then it just dives down, and it goes below 2 Storm Shadows defenders. If one of them had stayed low, it would have been a save, but it didn't happen. And you can see now Omnia coming away, coming alive, is a shooting opportunity again, and there was a slight overcommit. If they had communicated, the goal was open, the goal was gaping for a second, but it didn't happen, and now the Storm Shadows able to recover. And the pressure straight back on, and Hammer Saints makes it 2. This time it's the opposite end of the spectrum. The way the game started is Omnia who have taken full control.
You know, I was just sort of sitting there listening to you there still in terms of that earlier attempt. And the only bit I somewhat disagree with you, and I can't even call it disagreeing, if you're going to go up for the ball, even though you're double committing, you've got to make sure here that you're going to go and do the job. Both of them went up, didn't do it. Happened, the REF essentially got away temporarily. The problem now here is, can the REF do what Omnia failed to do no more than a game ago here? We haven't seen a team other than the REF so far that's seeming to actually do that. What a time it would be if they can do it here.
The important thing for me is, I mean, yeah, there were variables at play last qualifier, but the performance against Omnia from the REF Storm Shadows is much improved. It's a major improvement from last week, which is, again, for me, the important thing. But whether or not that means much to them, if they can't put it over the line, will remain to be seen. And are we seeing a rematch in the grand final later? That's EO4 putting this game maybe out of the reach of the REF Storm Shadows. But again, we saw how important taking that 2-1 game against Booster of Ball was for the Storm Shadows. It's the reverse effect here. If they go down 2-1, it'll be all down to them to make sure that they can come back. And if they don't, you begin to fear the worst.
So I would say you might be ready to celebrate depending on perspective, but it's a funny old game this sometimes. You'll be ruling the world, bumping 5, 6, 7 in, and suddenly feel yourself on a 1 or 2-0 sort of deficit, wondering when the next goal is going to happen. There's 4-0 here, and the RAF might, however, need that moment to compose themselves. If they ready up quickly, I don't want to sit here and sell. I think they may be rushing themselves.
Yeah, that might be the case. They need to steady themselves. They need to steady the ship now. And whatever happens in the remainder of this game, the Storm Shadows must ensure they use it as a reset, as a free, okay, we'll use these next 2.5 minutes to just reset ourselves and go again. They cannot let it affect them, because if they do, against this Omnia side, they are in real trouble. We are, though, into the final 2:30 now. P will rise. EO4 plays it to his right-hand side. A boom by Cedric. P will be there waiting at the back post. And it's a rare whiff from him tonight. We haven't seen many, but that one coming at arguably the worst time in this game, because if there was a comeback, that one needed to find the back of the net.
You know what, I think that's the only mistake. Not even a few, and normally I'm quite quick enough to criticise, but it just shows you sometimes the situations even can forge that sort of rarity to pop its ugliness out here, but that sort of time to reset mentally, it's only as good as when you can formulate a plan. And it's how good have you read the game so far here? You know, as much as we can be coaches the same, it's up to the players. How can you sit there and have that sort of sense or feeling when you're on the ground itself here? And sometimes, you know, we forget about that. This must feel like torture when you're 4-0 down.
And of course, this series as well is for a chance to go straight to the grand final, and will not mean that you have to play any more games until then, which is an important time, because you can get rest, you can carry on staying warm if you want. It gives that team, whoever wins the series, the option. Both teams will want that option. But at the moment, it's Omnia that are going to have their noses in front. That, however, is a beautiful slot from P from a very acute angle. Not quite sure how he got it in from there with with the situation at hand, but he provides the Storm Shadows with some momentum. They have steadied. They have stabilized. Can they come back all the way? Or will they simply use this as the perfect segue into another comeback in Game 4?
Time will tell. Simple as that, really. And Minty's just trying to make sure that they're just extinguishing that sort of sense of, I hope you're not getting too many bright ideas as a evil chuckle of a villain that you can be. But there's been no dark arts in this sort of upper final by them. It's been clean, crisp, and just doing the gameplay as the talking. But you know what here? Resurgent, boost over ball, still in that lower final. If it is the RAF to drop down, you know, is that sort of fatigue going to play into that environment in terms of the conversation? Perhaps. And do you know what? For the RAF's sake here, you'd rather be the side wins here, because I would say they take the rest quicker than playing on.
Absolutely, and I don't know how they haven't been hit by fatigue, you know, but you feel like if it's going to come in that lower bracket final, which is the worst time for it to happen. But I mean, maybe you're starting to see it now. Maybe this is the start of a reduced performance. Maybe that they finally hit their wall after so much Rocket League in these last couple of weeks. And is this the moment that undoes them? Time will tell. 60 seconds to play. This will be the 2-1 series for Omnia. They have turned it around here in Game 3. And once again, the onus is on the Storm Shadows to return from the dead. They've done it before. Can they do it again?
Just wondering, was Envy going the own goal out there just to kill the game off here? And you know what? As much as I normally wouldn't approve of it, I would have done as the Rule 1 continues. If you were an Omni in this situation, I would have kept that going as long as possible. You know, psychologically, if you can hit them, you know, an extra minute here, an extra sort of second there, eventually does all add up here, because it's just not, let's just extrapolate just the individual series here. If you can get that sort of battering 5-1 type of performance and hammer home that effect, it will do a world of good for you here. The RAF, don't get me wrong, did it the game beforehand. So we've seen the both elements of it. It's now, can we have a tight and close game to bring us to a decider?
Well, here we go then. Game 4, a crucial one for both of these two sides. The Storm Shadows, you'd argue, need the rest, need it more than their counterparts. But can they do it? The start is going to be very, very important as Envy wraps his car around, takes his time and beats one, finds the car of P. Fine effort, goes for a musty flick. Minty was defending as good. Cedric goes up, challenged immediately though by Hammer Saints. Envy's touch towards the left hand side is a good one. EO4 will be there. Minty misses. P takes over the play. A good demo. It temporarily opened up the play for the Storm Shadows, but they recovered fast. Currently, Cedric has no boost, and that will now be recognized as that boost spawn. That's such unlucky timing for Cedric. EO4, left hand side wall, goes for a double. Fake, Cedric, shot, it's looping, it's into the back of the net, and this time, it's the Storm Shadows who start fast.
And it's also wide open in terms of the space as well by Omnia. You know, if you're going to go for the skim or the redirect, you've got to make sure that's on point and on target. Neither of those two statements would have been true there. And when you have that spreadness in that back line, it's such a ideal point, as you just saw and witnessed Cedric hammer that goal in. And you know what? That's sloppy by Omnia. They didn't have to do stuff like that.
It got punished, and they're looking for a second. Cedric misflips. Hammer Saints, oh, this is danger now. He goes high. He gets the double, but he couldn't convert enough. Cedric will have to rise again, and he does. The pressure, though, still inside the Storm Shadows penalty area. Deflects inwards. EO4's there. Flicks home. And a strong demo by Cedric frees up Envy to clear the ball. That was dangerous.
It's not over yet, though. Not over in the slightest. That's a soft, that's an ugly touch. And you know what here? Hammer should get at least the first glance onto the ball here. Drops back, it goes here, the Minty. And you know what here? The pace has picked up quite a bit here. It's not as don't get me wrong, it was fast, but not that fast so far. Oh, if that were interacted into your own net tier 2, well, I would have said game 5. Let's just go to the decider.
It certainly has that feel to it. Storm Shadow starting fast. So that's a wonderful first touch by P. Drops it down. They don't know that he's got limited boost, so the fake was prevalent. The press still inside. Up goes P again. And it will fall to Hammer Saints. He does get the clear. Minty will give chase. Minty again. Shot on goal. Cedric avoiding the demo from Hammer Saints. It's really good play from both of these two sides. Putting on a show. A true show. That's a wonderful fake by P. Flicks it home. No, it doesn't. It's off the crossbar and away. The smoke screen led me to believe that ball was destined for the back of the net. Will it come? It's relentless pressure from the Storm Shadows, but it's save after save after save by Omnia.
There's only so much you can do and somewhat question your own sanity. Should have been in, could have been in, but it won't budge either. That one straight down the middle, and Hammer really telegraphed that one so easily to be read. Minty and EO4 is just waiting for the RAF to simply have a shot to nothing here. To some extent here, they're saying to the RAF, we don't think you're that much of a threat in terms of your first and second play. We're prepared to hit you on the counter. While 1-0 down with about 2 minutes on the clock. That's a bold strategy I don't recommend here.
They find ways to make it work though, and it does rely on mistakes from the Storm Shadows, which we know they can sometimes be, partial to. Let's be fair now, that is sometimes a factor in their game. So maybe it's a wise thing for them to try and exploit it. Maybe it's the correct play, but right now, it's P and Cedric linking up wonderfully again. And the save from Omnia, they just continue to defend like their lives depend on it. And it's brilliant play. P has to cut. Cedric with limited boost now is facing his own net. He's got to have a high shot, which he does. And Envy cuts perfectly to just take his time and buy his team time to get out of defense, get out of trouble. Minty takes it high, gets the flip reset, beats one. Can he find the equalizer? No, he can't. And was we encroach into the final minute of play.
How much you wanted 10 or 15 more boosts there. Minty would have took your arm for it. And that's a good challenge as well. Should be a follow here, somewhat low. Oh, pop it. Oh, do it. And he nearly did as well. EO4, however, just squeezes that one. And that, however, is not game, set, and match yet for Omnia. I would, however, suggest here, buckle in. This has OT written all over it.
Does indeed, and it was coming, that goal. The pressure was on. The save from P was excellent. And Cedric trying to follow up almost had the save, which would have won the game for his team, I would assume. The response from Storm Shadows, how is it? They go searching for it immediately. NV rises. Lengthy clear down the left-hand side. Hammer Saints intercepted by NV again. P flying in. Cedric will get flicked over. Oh, this is dangerous. And NV had to get there. It's bumps. It's a shooting opportunity again. And a crucial bit of demo play by Cedric to keep the ball away.
EO4 was the live version of a homing missile there. Just sent to anywhere but the home there. And I'm just waiting, and it should be hitting the ground with that one. Still, I don't want to sit here and say, you should take a 3-1 because they've been the better side. I would love, however, to go to the deciding game and let them decide for one more match between them.
Certainly what the neutral was wanting to see. EO4, lengthy clearance. P with a good first touch. Minty. It's dangerous here. Envy. Looking for the car of P. Hammer Saints has to do well to get there, which he does. Cedric flying in. Oh, it's a lengthy clear downfield. Envy will take a soft touch. Beats two players there. Only as far as Minty and Cedric had to get there. He did. P with another soft touch. Centered as well, but EO4 collects that back left and will loop it dangerously into the Storm Shadows area. The shooting opportunity. It's a good shot. It's off the crossbar. The rebound. They link up nicely. And EO4 puts the game to bed. And the Storm Shadows succumb to sustained Omnia pressure eventually. And it was a great attempt from them. The performance against Omnia, much improved. But it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to beat them. And who knows, maybe they'll see each other again.
Well, certainly so. Do you know what? Booster Ball probably had the nicer version of the sort of the tiki-taka bit of play style, but the way to end the game off to do that, that's what you want to do, especially if you're the current defending champions against the top side. That's no surprise here between the two. And do you know what? Would I be wrong to say they could play better still?
Omnia or the Aria Storm Shadows?
Both.
Storm Shadows definitely have more in them. That much is obvious considering some of the factors at play. But I also agree the same for Omnia. I don't think that was the same Omnia that we saw. In fact, it was. I think genuinely it was almost 50% of the Omnia that we saw last week. And so, with that in mind, both teams have more to give. I think. One team for different reasons than the other, but I know what goes on in the Storm Shadows camp. I don't know what goes on in the Omnia camp. For all I know, they could also be on weird setups or just having an off day. But the important thing for them is that they got the job done. It wasn't pretty, but it was effective. And they'll take that forward and have time to rethink their strategy now for whoever they meet, whether it's Boost Overball, Resurgence, or the Eye of Storm Shadows.
And that's certainly so there, and that's our great debate on who, what, and where. But you know what? Here we certainly know what is next. That's our lower semi-final. And you know what? The Aria Storm Shadows be interesting enough to see who their opposition is. We'll find all that, however, after this break.
BFBS Pro League includes incredible prizes for the top 100 players, best goals, and the MVP, as well as giveaways of the latest consoles, gaming equipment, and your chance to bag first place with a prize of £4,000 at our grand finale. Whether you're a casual player or a seasoned pro, the league is open to the whole Armed Forces community, including their families, civilian staff, and cadets. BFBS Pro League qualifiers kicks off in June. If you can play, you can compete. This is esports for everyone, everywhere. This is esports for the Armed Forces. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena.
I'm Dan Penter.
My name is Mark Langton.
I'm Peter.
My name is Staff Sergeant Richie Reese. My gamer tag is Chief Lid.
Gamer tag is Pete P Gaming.
My gamer tag I play under is SG_Reaper.
My gamer tag is Max Chat. I think the thing I'm looking forward to most as part of the UVG is actually meeting new people. There's a lot of veterans out there who haven't been connected to gaming.
Meeting fellow veterans and playing with fellow veterans, that's what I'm looking forward to do.
So just staying part of a community. So when I was in the RAF, I was part of the RAF Esports, so we did a few meetups during that. I'm looking forward to keeping that going with the veterans and expanding it, talking to the other services, which I didn't really do too much of.
We've started with a core of about 60 people that some of us knew, and as it grows every week, new people turn up, and I love meeting new people and getting to know them and gaming with them.
The thing with veterans is we understand each other.
I'm looking forward to being part of the UVG because for me, as a still serving in the British Army at the moment, is setting that stepping stone for individuals who do eventually leave the services and looking forward to what UVG can offer them as a gamer, if they are a gamer, or even if they're not a gamer. It's just the community that is offered to them from UVG, where, you know, as a serving soldier who, you know, taking that transition into civilian industry is quite hard. So for them, having that community where you got ex-servicemen, ex-servicewomen, for them, they can then look at those communities, and it'll be hopefully make that transition easier for them.
I think the biggest thing that UVG will do for veterans gaming community is to connect veterans through gaming.
Speaking with other veterans, that's the main thing veterans need to speak. We have a very thing that I am the big man and I can handle it, but we speak to each other. That's going to help our mental health.
See, I think UVG can offer a lot for veteran gamers.
But it's going to bring a lot of people who haven't really got that online social aspect. Through a lot of mental health stuff I've been through and done, and I think that's going to be a massive thing for a lot of people who don't have no one to talk to.
It's not just all about bringing gamers together. It's the events that can go on, where they can bring a lot of the veteran community together, which gives them opportunity not just to sit in their homes. They can come out, meet each other, you know, put a face to a name.
Finding this group of people who can understand what they've gone through, understand how they talk, is going to be a massive thing.
For anyone wanting to get involved in UVG, you can find us on Discord, UK Veterans GG, and if you look on any other social media, we're there on UK Veterans GG, be that TikTok or Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, you name it, we're there, and our links to Discord are in all those channels as well.
Welcome back, everybody. We are halfway through the last day of the qualifiers here for the BFBS Pro League, and it has had some spicy games there. I know we're looking at the prediction sides of things, and Danny, looks like you're coming out on top right now, but there are still 3 games to go here. And now we've been following the upper bracket. I think it's time that we take a look at the lower bracket, because that's where the rest of our game is going to be until that grand final. So the game that we've got coming up is going to be Boost Overball versus Resurgence. Winner of that will play the RAF Storm Shadows to then try and qualify for that grand final and those all-important 16 Pro League points here. Now, this game, it seems on paper fairly even, would you say, Stelios? So, Stelios saying Boost over Ball Series to lose here. Danny, do you agree? Or do you think maybe Resurgence, this one seems like they've got something in the bag here?
The fact that I'm like that just tells you how I'm unsure even myself here. If you sat here and said a few weeks ago, I was sat there and without blinking an eye and said Resurgence outright. But there's something that always back about the likes of Ritzy and Lion on a team. It just feels like they are the team. So I can see where everybody's going Boost over Ball outright is that sort of type of team. Why do you have to ask me a difficult question? Can I have a simpler one, please?
A simpler question. Okay. So, who do you think would fare better against RAF Storm Shadows then? Because that's the next question. Maybe not who's going to win this, but which of these 2 teams would stand a better chance going into that lower consolidation?
I would have to.
I don't know if I've made that any easier or harder for
you.
I feel like I might have
That's a tough question.
it harder.
It's tougher. The fact that we've seen Boost over Ball in a sort of 2 qualifiers in a run, they haven't been close enough. Resurgence probably would be that side where we haven't seen a recent team. Would you have to back in terms of at least a go at the RAF? They haven't. I wouldn't say they haven't let me down in terms of that regard, because we always see them by their own name resurge at some point. The problem is actually they don't have a good record outright. If the Rattlers was in this situation, I would say they would be the favourites. In fact, they're not here yet, so arguably neither of these two teams will be the answer.
Neither of these two teams. So that's going to be, it's going to be quite an interesting one for them. This is, of course, the lower bracket. So this is do or die for these teams now, which means final qualifier. This could be, and this will be one of these teams' last games, which is always difficult to see, but both of them have qualified, of course, to go forward and play in that LAN in September, which it feels a really long time away. It's actually creeping up suspiciously quickly, but doesn't mean this is the last that we've seen of them. It will be the last that we see of them tonight and in the qualifiers. So I pose the question now, we talked about which team, on paper and in theory, all of this. Which of these teams, has your heart? Do you just enjoy a little more? That has that spark that's just captured that little bit of love from you guys?
Hey, don't need to ask me that question. Danny, what's your answer, brother? You know mine.
No. I'm letting you answer that first. Go on.
I have to say, I can only say, the Storm Shadows, right? I've got to back them. I've got to
out of BOB and Resurgence. We'll go with those two, just for this series.
Oh, okay. In that case, Resurgence for me, because they stuck with that. No, do you know what? I will say Boost Overall because they've had a more consistent roster, and they came in late and they stole the show for a lot of the time, a lot of the weeks. That's why I'll say them.
What about you, Danny? Which of these teams is just has managed to get your heart stealer, put a little bit of a smile on your, good cop, bad cop, grumpy cop face?
I would have said Boost Over Bull because one of the players DM'd me this morning. Unfortunately, that's not enough to get into my heart. Resurgence would be the answer.
Okay, I like that. We get to see the ironclad walls, the fortress behind the analytical mind as well. So what does it take then, Danny? What does it take for a Rocket League team to win over your heart, to get you in a jersey, to get you cheering them on? What's the secret to being successful in your heart?
Flair, but grace. Those type of players that just, the way, even when they do an interview, there's no arrogance. It's just, we let the gameplay do our talking, but they want to hang out with the fans. That's the type of team I want.
That's exactly what we're going to see as well. I think that we're going to see a little bit more as well when we get to those LAN finals, which of these teams can really bring out the best in the crowd and get that excitement. We know that Stelios here has a favorite, has a little bit of a bias for one, but it's whether we can get the whole crowd rallied behind them as well. But I've heard little rumors, little birdies telling me that the game is going to be ready. So one of these teams is going to be their last chance playing. So bid them both good luck and one of them farewell, and we'll see you on the other side.
So then it is going to be Boost Over Ball and Resurgence kicking things off here in the lower semi-final. I've given them the signal and, well, let them do battle. And if it's as entertaining as any of these Storm Shadows series have been this evening, we're in for a treat.
It's one of those ones here where you look at, you just sort at what stage here, do you give the point of, when will they make the mistake here? The problem is, Boost Over Ball allowed the RAF into the series, and that was their downfall. Where Resurgence, we didn't quite see it, but the results, what stunned me was they lost 3-0. That's not a sign that, drops from the upper bracket without giving some kind of a fight. That's the surprising bit about this sort of storyline this evening.
It's a lovely save by Zatic. Fired those straight back in, courtesy of the car of Ritzy. Zatic and Josh combining to get themselves up the pitch. Josh's pre-flip is a good one. It just ricochets above the crossbar of Resurgence in orange this time. It's the first time I've seen them in orange. I think whenever I've seen them, I feel like they're always in blue. That's a nice effort down by Krim. Zatic will come across and the pinch from line is good. It's going to make it so awkward, but they defended it well.
So far, defense is only going to get you so far here. It's when that goal does eventually rupture through here. I mean, so far, last two series on stream, the one goal has dictated things, and Lion will eventually do exactly that. Boost Over Ball might be trapped in a vortex here.
Lion, fantastic first touch. Commits Josh as well, and if he actually kept his forward momentum there, he would have saved it. He would have had a clear save, but committed off the post slightly too early. And he ended up flipping by mistake. And it meant his car went into the back of his own net. and the ball soon followed as Resurgence extend their muscles for the first time in the game. And it's an instant equalizer by Zatic, making the most of a loose ball. Krim that time failing the double off the ceiling. Zatic reading it early enough that he could position his car, wrap it round, and find the empty net.
Sort of tit for tat, simple as that between these two. A long sort of time ago in those sort of qualifier 3 and 4s, you know, when they sort of poke their heads out in terms of the competition, what they could offer in terms of the qualifier, it was, you know, you were stunned on what they produced. Ever since then, it was that's the standard, and everybody else had to reach to them. But you know, they're wilted a little bit. But it's really sort of kind of gather that sort of steam right ahead here, and a few demos open up here. That sort of disruptor between it. You know, you think after 1-1, you know, teams would settle down. They haven't. They still want that sort of edginess, that sort of cage, or are you going to do what I think you do sort of type of look here?
I think that's Cosmo. First time I've said his name this game. It's been a little bit quiet, maybe uncharacteristically quiet. Cosmo again though, up he goes, looking to prove me wrong. So nicely tipped out wide by Ritzy. Scrim with a beautiful fake, but then the second touch wasn't good initially, I thought, but he recovered it very, very well, beat his man. And it's Ritzy that just punts it downfield. Lions there! And Zatic having to save again, stretching all the defensive muscles for that one. Zatic centers, Lions there, and the shot saved that time.
Let's drop back right into that final third with 100 boost. Should be making the most of these miniature opportunities, really. And they've only sort of crept to the final third of their opposition, which is not ideal. And it was about sort of 7 seconds, which is enough to give the defense sort of about a chance to collect 200 boosts on at least 2 players. Enough to stifle it out. And here they are at the middle of the park, and somewhat slugging it out here. So who can grab control will be the dictator, and that just landed perfectly.
Boost over the ball, grab the initiative. The long punt downfield, the demo works in their favour because it bumped the defensive player, I think it was Ritzy, away from his own goal, so he couldn't recover in time. And Boost over the ball snatch the lead. And now they're going to concede straight off the bat. It's a fantastic opportunity. Cosmo rises. Oh, it's a horrible whiff. But the rebound scored by Krim. And we are right back to where we started 3.5 minutes ago.
Oh, it's like jumping jacks, that one. Oh, Joe, I just love it. You know, normally I'm sort of the defensive minded player, but when you're that sort of striker, and you sort of have that ball there, you sort of go on, come on, show me what you got here. Nope, you don't have it. No, you don't have it. But there's those moments there you got to cherish, especially in this sort of type of matchup, but especially in terms of getting yourself back into even Stevens and that scoreboard ticking down and that momentum forward swinging. That's the second time when you're seeing the goal by Resurgent in similar fashion.
Matic, that's a football player.
What team does he play for?
I know he used to play for Manchester United. I don't actually know who he plays for now, but that's a loose ball. Will it find the net? No. But it's a weak touch by Cosmo. It's going to cause all kinds of drama for the BOB defense. And the center finds Krim. Krim with a shooting opportunity, saved by Josh.
Well, they so much say United. They will be once again be tested and maybe split apart here. That's to the backboard, and nobody's sitting there. Bump as much as you want here. No proper follow through, and Boost over Bull will have at least the idea of the counter. That's wide and glancing, and this should be at least staying away to it here. Oh, do you know what here? Is it wrong to ask for this to be a best of 9?
Funnily enough, before the game started in the chat, the players were saying, shall we have a best of 9 for the content? But although not possible, I think even the players want it. They love playing each other that much.
Do you know what? When you have, shall we say, let's say the top 4, prepare the scrim playing that sort of want of the game itself here, but in the middle of the competition saying, shall we dance, essentially? So sort of the real question, will it be a tango or a foxtrot? That's how well these two get along together.
I reckon this is going to be a bit of a waltz. I love a good waltz, and that's exactly what these two teams are doing right now. They're finding each other's rhythm. They're exploiting it at times. Zatic and Josh combining again. Josh loops it in front of the Resurgence defense. Limited boost on the car of Leon, but he does get there. Oh, it's a lovely knockdown. Freeze up Zatic! And there is first blood for Boost over Ball.
And that's the threat they do have. Oh, just even watching the replay there. The only criticism that you can't have in that situation is the defense moving across here. I've just seen something here and we're getting nervous here still. Please don't be a Scarab. Please don't be a Scarab. Don't
Surely
ruin
not
this
the
for
Scarab.
me.
Surely it can't be the Scarab. I just don't know. I don't think it will be a Scarab. I think it's far too early, and I think it's definitely the wrong scenario for a Scarab. I think it will be a mistake, but we have seen it, and we have seen it kind of work as well, if you want to call it that.
Well, I do love how one of the players literally hopped out, changed their preset here. And you know what here? This annoys me. This is generally one of the few things in this game genuinely irritates me. As much as Finney's, I feel genuinely sorry for in terms of meeting me for the first time here, sort of going, oh God, it's Danny, what most people would say in the RL scene. Why are you changing? As much as we can sit here and joke, the fact is that you're in the middle of a match here, and you're somewhat, let's tinker. Will it be, a Fennec or an Octane, or is it Interstellar in terms of the decal, or will I have a flag or a halo on it? You sort of go, stick with what works. Don't do it in a match. It's one of the few things that genuinely irritates me still.
Well, it's funny you say that. In my primary role, I am into something that's called digital forensics and incident response, right? And one of the sayings, one of the golden rules of digital forensics is, do not practice on the job. And maybe that's what Cosmo was doing there, and maybe that may cost his team. Who knows? Because I do agree with you to some extent. Stick with what you know in the moments that matter. Leave the experimentation, leave the training and the practice for scrims. Not now. Will that be something that that may bite them later on down the line? Time will tell, and it's been a good start from Resurgence. They've taken a 1-0 early lead again. Can they retain it? Time will tell.
And the fact that, and this is the other element to that bit of the story, as much as I enjoy the fact the sportsmanship, the laps in the middle cross here, and you should have this sort of stealth style when the referee, blows the whistle to signify kickoff. For those 90 minutes in a football match, you're not friends. You don't like them. You want to, stumble on their legs, make sure that your presence is felt sort of tight. Why are they sitting sort of huddling behind sort of the bench and sort of laughing and teeing and sort of going, it's time to do the job, lads, here.
It's this new generation of player, Danny. They're not ruthless as some of the classic generation, but Ritzy shows his ruthlessness right there with a clinical finish into the roof of the net after some fine work by his teammate Lion, and he slots it home, and they double the lead, and it's come at a good time for Resurgence after that preset switch. Seemingly when it was going their way, Ball, that break may have served them badly. At least that's how it looks right now, because Resurgence have taken full control of Game 2 and don't look like conceding.
Just like that there, when you somewhat need to keep that sort of press on and keep the firm grip on to any sort of sense of a fingertip even moving a millimeter, it's just not sort of good enough at this level. We are essentially reaching what we would sort of say the apex. You just have to keep on going, and Quim slots at home. Game 2's done. if I was, the producer right now, I'd be putting the orange circle in and just signifying the game's over and done with. But I've been proven once wrong so far here, so maybe a bit too early.
Who knows? Time on the clock remains for Boots of Football, but they've got to start making chances count. They've got to start giving themselves something to work with, because at the moment it's all Resurgence. And still the pressure comes. Ritzy going up. Josh intercepts that time. Looking for an aggressive play. Gets the boost, but Zatic misses in that new Fennec preset of his. I mean, who was the player? Was it Zatic or Cosmo? I think it was Cosmo, right? That changed the preset.
I think it's Cosmo, if memory serves me correctly.
What was he playing in before?
I think it was just a decal change, if not it's a Fennec.
Oh, so was he playing Octane before? Because I don't. Octane
I thought it was
Fennec,
Octane.
I'm just not sure of the decision there.
Sorry, no, Stell, don't get... No, Stell, stop, you're going in the wrong way like a player here. Any change is bad like that. No, don't even question, no. No, Octane the Fennec, that's not good, but Fennec the Octane, no, that can work. No, stop. Stop, you're one of the modern players there.
I think just overall it's a bad choice to change. Like it's...
Yeah, but when you sit there and circle, well, it's not as bad as the other particular option.
Well, it's not as bad as going Octane to Scarab, for example, sure, but...
Oh, no, that's just getting a disappointing frown from me. There's nothing worse.
Exactly. But the thing for me is that they didn't lose the game that they changed the preset on. Like, if they had lost, okay, it still doesn't really justify it, but it justifies it a bit more, I think, than when they won. Sure, it was an overtime win, but there was nothing wrong with their performance, I thought. But, I mean, again, it all comes down to the psychology of the player. If the player feels that way, then the player will change, and that is for us to judge, but only the player truly knows the benefit. But as of right now, I just don't see where that benefit's coming from.
I don't want to sound like the cranky old man and go back in my day and all that there. But when you have that sort of sense of, in that moment, right, yeah, fair enough, you can sit there and say, I don't feel quite comfortable and move across here. You would be preset ready and, in that moment to know what your changes are. But to me, the only bit I can sit here and say is that, the fact they won it doesn't give us sort of, not necessarily an excuse, but you sort of go, well, why not? Because we can sort of type attitude in a regard of arrogance. I don't know. But the fact that, they're sitting 4-0 down here, maybe that's why they asked for the best of 9 here. We're getting the full fashion show. The new Cosmos range.
I just don't know. I just can't help but feel that it's the wrong mentality. And I have a feeling it may cost them, because look at the difference. Look at the difference between game 1 and 2. It's game 1 was close and it was a great game. Game 2 has just been simply a whitewash. And sure, they may be pushing on getting a bang on the door now to get at least one goal back, a simple consolation. And it doesn't even happen, and suddenly, who knows now, maybe the psychology of the player may have turned around. Maybe that will now play against on the mind. Why did I change? I was playing just fine. Only Cosmo will know that. But I must say, I do question that decision.
Well, I'm actually just waiting here for the message to be put across here. Is it okay to change back?
The answer he'll get from me is no.
I don't know. I will with yes.
Nah, I'm joking, of course. But as long as everyone in the game is happy with the change again, of course, it's no problem at all. But the damage has been done from a mental perspective, in my opinion. I think the tide has changed, and I'm not saying. I mean, it's hard to sit here and say that it's because of one simple preset change, but it's not the preset change that does the damage. It's the mentality. They were playing fine. They won the first game as they were, and as anybody will tell you at the top level of any sport, even the smallest changes in variable changes the flow, changes the future. Has he just changed the future from a place in the grand final to an exit here in the lower bracket?
I can't wait for Change That Gate here to be the latest article to be written probably on a website here in terms of a result here. But to even touch on that sort of like the sporting side of it, take the likes of Seiko Arbent Darts. you're used to a certain position on the hockey. Your arms has to make sure your elbow's not down and have a follow through. But if you move a millimeter the wrong way, that variable changes almost like to 5-10 degrees here. But the heat itself here by Resurgence, they will certainly ramp it up when possible. They've already got a goal within 2 seconds, and Booster Bull has left themselves complex here in the last 5 minutes.
They look shell-shocked. They look like a team that's coming off of an ultimate low, which I don't understand. I don't get why they've allowed themselves to be in the situation. They were playing so well, and it's a shame because I was picking them up before the game, and that is better though. That is an instant response. That's much better. A bit of aggression from Boost of the Ball. It took its time, but it eventually came through. You can see Josh hunting there, and it would have been a save if not for that demo. So that's way better, and a much more positive outlook on this game 3 now for Boost of the Ball.
And just like that there, when you just look at the game where you might be sitting watching for the first time, or a regular outrighter, as the competition outright the season pro here, where we sit here and threat over what sometimes maybe seem a very minor or a non-issue. It's that little bit of detail that makes a contender to the throne or outright royalty onto the pitch here. And you know what? You haven't seen Omnia really do it. You haven't seen the RAF really do it. It's what makes that little bit of difference here, and why that change is almost paramount here. But the good thing for both sides is it is 1-1. Both win the series and in the game here in the third. And they've settled down to some degree here. The pace, however, not as much as it was in the first game either.
Yeah, they've gone back to gentle sparring now as they figure each other out in this new best of 3 scenario that they find themselves in. That's a good effort. And Zatic storming in. Didn't have enough on it though to convert. Lion's clearance now hangs in the air with no boost. Josh will turn onto the corner. It's going to be an awkward read for Lion, but he does very well. Ritzy completes the clearance. Cosmo searching for Josh, who will cut play here. The 50-50 with Lion, it does work out in the favour of Boost of the Ball, but Krim has enough time to try and complete the defensive sequence, but the pressure still from Cosmo, that's good from him. That's a bit more aggression now as he leaves play, but he does bump his teammate, slows down the attack. Even though Zatic beat his man, he couldn't make anything of it.
Krim just essentially threw the ball away here, but arguably a necessary cause and effort to essentially not concede on the other end of it. But we're approaching half a game left, and just like that, Resurgence is at least trying to hold that corner. Resurgence, that's sloppy, leaving the third man directly central middle, doesn't give you a natural angle to defend. This is an odd match still.
It's a game, it's a series of 2 halves. Game by game, the momentum is changing. Resurgence had all the play, had all the pressure last game out, and that may creep over the line. And the advantage restored for Krim and Resurgence, just when it was looking like Boost of the Ball were gaining some momentum.
This is, it's when Cell opening up the series. This is a chess match. It's a chess meets checkers that meets Ludo. At one point here, do you stop adding to the sort of the complexity and bring it back to the basics? Well, we did at that point in Resurgence, once again finding that sort of stabilizing foot here. But at what point here do you stop rolling the dice here? Because the positioning is not in terms of dynamic enough to let the sort of threat be at what angle or what pace here. It's still being shot at the keeper here, and it's becoming predictable.
I think if Resurgence see this game through, I think the series goes their way, because I genuinely think Boost of the Ball, they look frustrated. They're playing frustrated. They're overextending at times, and they're being punished for it by this relentless Resurgence side, who haven't been the greatest in this series themselves, but at least for now are doing enough. That's a fine effort though from Zatic, and Lion equal to it.
Sometimes doing enough is just enough. And that's what Resurgence is doing here. And exactly that sort of dribble across here. When you are in that situation here where the match feels erratic, and by that there is when you're hitting the ball because you have to, but cannot place it or cannot dictate or control it. It comes from an area where you just do not know what to do. Line, however, presented with that situation, at least brings Boost Over Ball to one thing they know, and that's a kickoff.
Beautifully done by Lion. The first touch, superb. The second touch, deadly. Resurgence 2-1 up now in the series. I just don't see a way back for Boost Over Ball here. Time on the clock remains, but you cannot see anything other than a win. And 2 match points, of course, that comes with for Resurgence. There is, of course, still the matter of these final 30 seconds, which can be important, formative moments for the next game for Boost Over Ball. If they can at least score the next goal or finish strongly inside Resurgence's half, they will feel somewhat inspired or confident going to what could be the last game of the series. But if they can't, then I think the writing is on the wall for Boost Over Ball here. I think they exit the tournament.
And do you know what the irony of it is? That's an excellent save in the grand scheme of things. Is that when even looking back at the bracket, because normally some teams you know have that sense of what did they face beforehand, or what was the conditions, what was the environment. Boost Over Ball technically had the harder match. They played the Sparhawks, went 3-2, while Resurgence was the side that played the Shadows and won 3-0. So, to some extent here, it's either Boost Over Ball not hitting the full stride, or they had the harder outright match in terms of that. But the fact that Sparhawks and Shadows are of equal level, I don't think it's enough to somewhat give that as an excuse outright. So, the fact that Boost Over Ball just seems... I don't have the right word, Stellan. It's unusual to be in that situation here. Yeah.
I get what you're trying to say, that they don't have maybe the nous. I don't know, they had it in game 1. But I don't know, they should be the warmer team. They should be the team that's used to playing against the harder games this evening. But instead, and I can only put it down to the single change by Cosmo. That's the only variable that's changed. And since then, it's been Resurgence through and through for this series. And they have 3 match points now. And you might be wondering, why are you still banging on about this? Well, that's all we have to measure against. That's the only change in variable that Boost Over Ball did between when they won the first game and Resurgence's Resurgence, ironically. That is the perfect word for it. But the important thing is there's still a game to play. This is the penultimate game of this series, nevertheless. But the first goal has to go Boost Over Ball's way. There is no 2 ways about it. It simply has to go their way, or I think this series is done and dusted.
Oh, do you know what? It's not even that, Stale. The next 2 goals will have to be Boost Over the Ball. It's not good enough to have one and they've already failed in that one. Crim taps it on home. And it's just simply this element of it. It's a string line directly what Boost Over Ball's positioning is, what allows that to develop. But the reason why I'm sitting here and saying they need a 2-goal lead in the first place is you have to have that sort of sense of we're in this. Not the fact that we're comfortable, that we're in this, that sort of sense of the fight here. And it's not hitting the full stride.
It's not there. You're right. It's missing. It's something that is missing from their game at the moment. And whether or not they can sort of respawn it, as there is something for Boost Over Ball to cheer for. It was Cosmo finding Zatic in that mid-left position. Ritzy flung himself at it. Quim attempted to save. And there may just be life yet in these Boost Over Ball players.
And there we have it. And we just somewhat not sort of wishing it into will here. I think everybody, has quite a lot of respect for these 2 teams and want to see them at their utmost best here. There's nothing worse than seeing a wounded warrior, because you just want to see them at their prime, at their peak, in what they're capable of doing here. It's just now a case of the next 4 minutes can Boost Over the Ball find that bit of spark, that bit of magic.
Gonna need it, but here come Resurgence again! The 50! Lion turns his car around, puts it home for 2-1, and advantage returns to the Resurgence lads. They've re-pressured, they've re-locked, and they look set for a showdown with the Eye of Storm Shadows. Of course, if they can maintain their composure now and see this one through, the next goal is massive.
Certainly is. But you have to sit there and, give credence to the fact that Booster or Ball were able to get that second goal. You just sense that this is the more sort of spirited fight that they can deliver, and there's perhaps ever that sort of twist in the road itself. It's just whether it does show itself here as that ball's loosely and uncharacteristic here by Exotic, where, that first touch has been like that reliable to the craftsman sort of Stale, send help!
Shout out Craftsman, by the way, what a great caster he is. Ritzy. Oh, it's a beautiful fake, and Zatic had so much work to do there. Lion drops it down, falls once again to Ritzy off the crossbar, and a great save. Somehow Boost of a Ball survived the onslaught that comes from Resurgence, and maybe there is something left. They are clinging on for dear life, and sometimes you just need the rub of the green to go your way. The shot from Ritzy, cleared away by Josh. I'm really and truly, this is Resurgence's game to lose, but if they're not careful, and if they do not begin to take some of these chances, they may be made to pay.
This is not the matchup that we expected, and the nature it's way it's going. But you know what here, it's got its twist, and that should have been goal. That should have been 2-2.
No.
And the fact is, we're somewhat looking at the fact of it. You should talk about the rub at the green here, Havertz, or the rub at the woodwork.
No, Zatic, that ball was heading for the goal. The touch wasn't required, I don't think, anyway. Please correct me if I'm wrong, see somebody can clip that. I don't think the touch was required. Zatic just had to watch that one sail in, but he wanted to make all but sure. And will that be the reason for their exit here tonight? Lion finds Ritzy. Oh, the redirect was stunning. Zatic panicking now, you can see, just booming the ball right back into the danger area. Krim, it forced the Lion, up he goes. Cosmo's gonna have to do well to redirect as he does. The counter-attack is on now. Ritzy is there to divert it away, but it will be recentered. Up goes Zatic, fakes for Josh, but it's over the bar.
I hope that was a fake call by Josh and not, unfortunately, Exotic feeling the necessary I'm going to hit crossbars or type. Either way off it, we won't quite truly know. But the remaining sort of 60 seconds that's going to appear. Resurgence, simply run the ball to the corners, ideally what you would do. But they might not here. They might just enjoy the freedom that the pitch has opened up for them. And you know what, Booster a ball here, what are you prepared to give?
Gonna have to be everything now because they are moments away from elimination here in Qualifier 8. Will this be the last time that we see Boost over Ball before the LAN? Or do they have one more dying sting in the tail? Away comes Krim. 25 seconds now to play. Oh, it's a wonderful flicked effort, and there was the equalizer. Surely it had to go in there and then. It didn't. And instead, it's more attack now from Resurgence. Krim with the first touch chooses to go underneath the first man, but it was well cleared. Josh trying to light one last attack up for Boost over Ball. Instead, it falls to Lion. The shot was a good one. One more chance. It's 1 second to play, and now the Rule 1 commences. Lion, will he drop it down? He does! And it is Resurgence to take the series 3-1, and it sets up a very intriguing lower bracket final between Resurgence and the RAF Storm Shadows.
Sorry, still. We've never seen Boost over Ball like that. Never in over the qualifiers lose the way they did there. That is not just for the kids. If you're watching for the first time, they're a much stronger side than what you have, but it just somewhat shows that you have to have that killer instinct, and Resurgence had it. the bit that somewhat throws me off here is that one individual moment that really changed the dynamic here.
We're going to talk about it, aren't we? That, for me, I also agree. Maybe people will say that it's very, very harsh, but there just doesn't need to, there's no reason to change variables when it's not required. And since that moment, whether it was the rest, the break in between that served Resurgence well, or whether it was Cosmo getting into his own head, that for me was the moment as well that sealed it. And they progressed through now to face Storm Shadows in a lower final.
Well, do you know what here? Everybody, take a few moments here. I'm lost for words. Stales there what have to be somewhat getting a pep talk to his team here. So do you know what? See us after this break, because you know what? This one will be a classic.
BFBS Forces News join KFOR patrols in the north of Kosovo.
We're here to create a safe and secure environment for the people in Kosovo and the people of Kosovo.
Our job, fly and fight from the home base, and we've got to be able to do that in whatever conditions.
This training is mutually beneficial to both sides. For the riflemen themselves, it's about getting that valuable training in the desert.
At the heart of Lympstone Parade Square, the King's Squad, and there could be no more special guest of honour than His Majesty the King.
And whilst I'm not moving the controls at all, I can certainly learn from what I'm seeing as to how a manoeuvre should be flown.
This year, 337 recruits have completed training. That's a first-time pass rate of 99.7%, which is incredibly high.
So we have a philosophy on this ship called the Way of the Warrior Sailor. It argues that in order to create morale, you must love and value everybody.
This beam here came from HMS Indefatigable. The beams from the Armada were eventually integrated into the pub.
At BFBS Creative, we are creative storytellers. We are specialists in unravelling the untold, even from the most difficult locations. We help you reach the audiences you need to reach. From documentary interviews to addressing communication hurdles and crafting your content strategy, we can do it all. We thrive in the toughest environments, ensuring your stories are told brilliantly.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the RES Storm Shadows channel. I am once again joined by the immeasurably enthusiastic Roman in the commentary box this evening, Roman. And as you can see on your screens there, it is the RAF Storm Shadows taking on the Army Esports side. A fascinating insight into what we might come to expect in the inter-services. But for tonight, it's the Armed Forces Dungeon League. Let's get this show started.
Carries this forward, gets 50 with Fraz. Ed, get into that one. Envy tucks it away. And as I say, they need an opening goal. They have managed to get one here, 1-0.
Frazic, though, does some nice defensive work. But P finds Cedric. Cedric finds Envy. Beautiful stuff from the RAF Storm Shadows. 2-0.
Approximately a minute and a half left to go. Envy goes for a pass to P. P with a shot. P with a goal. Tucked away in the top left corner. 2-1 to the RAF Storm Shadows. And they are shining through here after the Army. They've struggled to rotate. They struggled to get into position after kickoff. And P managing to give the RAF Storm Shadows that advantage
Didn't
again.
have a lot to work with, didn't have a lot of the goal to aim at, but he put it in the one place that it was going to go to, and Cedric makes it 3! And the floodgates are beginning to open here for the RAF Storm Shadows. A great 30-second burst, and now they've just got to hold it, or even go for more.
Air power wins matches in Rocket League, and you can't tell me otherwise as Ed will tuck that one away, and the Storm Shadows have the advantage here with 3 minutes left to go. Nothing about air superiority there. P just managing to get a pass across. A very strong 50 indeed.
The dawn of the penultimate match is up on us now. So 2 more games have been left waiting in this final qualifier. And we have just managed to sort of thin the herd a little bit. Creme de la creme has been left over. And the 2 series that we have left are coming right up. The consolidation bracket final, which means this will decide who will go up against in the grand final against... I mean, I was going to try to put it up myself, but there it is. Wonderful production. I've got it. So it's going to be Omnia in the upper bracket versus the winner of this upcoming game. And it is going to be RAF Storm Shadows versus Resurgence. Now, we've seen both of these teams play quite a bit here as well. And it was just recently a knockdown into this lower bracket for Resurgence in that upper final. So they've had a little bit of a fight to get here. For the side of the Shadow Storms, it's been a little bit difficult. It's been a little bit more uphill for them. But one of these teams is out. One of these teams is fighting out for those big, juicy 16 points that are available. And we were speaking a little bit in the green room beforehand, you two, about how really this comes down to the 1v1. This comes down to the battle of the gladiators on both sides. P versus Crim Killer. So I'll pose it to you first, and in this head-to-head, stylistically, how do these 2 players match up?
I think sort of the key bit of it is the natural ability, let's say, with P, first of all, is that he will be the defensive third rock. Everything will be going through him. But the sort of the talisman in terms of his ability will be getting those sort of clutch goals through nothing. The opposite end of it is when we see Crim up on this other side of the pitch, is he's willing to be the threat outright. Is he prepared to defend? We haven't seen that from him. So between the 2 of them, it's, the yin and the yang here.
Exactly. And now, Stelios, if you take what we've seen today into context, we've had a little bit of a chance to look at both. Which of these 2 players seems to be a little more on the game, a little more on the ball today? Who are you giving the edge to in this matchup of P versus Crim Killer?
I think Crim looks more mechanically consistent, but I think P is doing the basics better and a lot more consistently as well. So depends how you see it. If you think flashy plays will win it for you, then you'll think Crim is playing better. But how I see it, especially as a non-mechanical player myself, basics beat anything if you can get them perfect 100% of the time. So I think if P can bring that to this game, he wins that particular individual battle.
Exactly. You can't be all style and no substance, especially when we're getting to the nitty-gritty like we are today. I've asked you a couple of times over, the past 48 hours. I'm going to ask you again, predictions for scoreline, because we're still in the best of 5s, the last best of 5 before that all-important best of 7. Are we seeing it go the distance? We've had a couple of upsets today. If you had to give me a scoreline right now, what are you both saying?
Good question. I'm going to go for, because the last time these 2 sides met, Resurgence ran out comfortable winners. I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna back the Storm Shadows again. I'm gonna go for a 3-2 Storm Shadows win.
Danny, you're not looking happy. You're not looking pleased at that. Do you want to step in, the OG, the voice of reason? Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, well, I'm currently 2-0 here in predictions, so even if I
are.
get it wrong, I give still a chance to at least draw this evening. Resurgence 3-2. I don't need to give an explanation. Their gameplay will show it anyway.
I like it because, as you said, you're currently 2-0 up at the moment with 2 more games to go. There's a chance. This is, you guys aren't winning any BFBS Pro League points. You are winning, however, all of the glory, and you guys have been competing all season for this. Now, whilst wait for the lobby to get up, can I ask you guys' favorite memory from the qualifiers? Because it's been, 8 weeks now. Talk me through any really highlight moments.
Ooh. Oh, I can give you one straight off. REF failing to get in the day 2 qualifier 4.
I like it. Still, I'm guessing maybe not as much of a highlight for you there. So, do you want to give us a highlight of your own?
It's got to be the Storm Shadows clearing 2 of the qualifiers and winning it. That's what I'm going for.
Who won those?
We're seeing very yin and yang here, aren't we?
That's just me and Danny for you.
It's like the bickering housewife type of casting that I'm well known for, and unfortunately, Stale's been dragged into it.
Dragged through it and dragged with the comments as well, but I love it and we love to see it as well. But the game should be coming up within the next minute. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass you guys back over, get the second to last game underway. See you on the other side to find out who our grand finalists are going to be.
Danny, it's me and you again. We're here at the end of qualifier number 8. We're about to see who will join Omnia in the final. My question to you is, if either of these 2 teams get to the final, do you think either of them has what it takes to take down Omnia?
I'm tempted to go straight with the answer no. But, if there's a day to be wrong, this would be it here. I would actually make a strange argument, even though I've just given the prediction here. I would say the REF's favourites in terms of to win that particular rematch if they were in that situation against Omnia, because they were not looking anywhere in that sort of type of side we saw last week's qualifier.
They won. It was a shadow of their performance, but even so, they still got the job done. And so the Storm Shadows will go back to the drawing board as they start things off here with a bang, but it's an equally good save by a combination of Crim and Lion. Wow. What a save that was to keep things on level terms here. Lion completes the clearance as P searching for Cedric, who cuts, and it's a good flicked effort, and it finds the near post, and Ritzy puts Resurgence 1 goal to the good.
And Joe, those sort of situations, I normally wind up the team the last coach, and sort of it might shock people with my modern taste of sort of Jesse J, sort of bang, you're in the room. That was that sort of type of moment REF was hoping to have here. It was unfortunately fizzled out. But, I don't think this will be like the last series here. The dictate the first goal will show the entirety of the series. The REF is well astute to that. They have been the comeback kings if they're looking for a title so far this evening.
That's a fine effort by Lion, and P dribbles it into his own post. Risky behaviour, but it worked that time, and P will turn onto the ball again. 50s with Lion. Cedric steaming in. Envy limited boost, so has to just bide his time, and does so nicely. P will have to take that boost as well. Envy still low. Lion centers, but P with a delightful flick, and Cedric controls, and now goes 1 versus 1. Dummies the ball. Envy's there, but a good save by Lion.
Grim sort of touched right into it. Just followed right through to it. You just hope for Lion's sake he can get the touch on it, but Ritzy to take over at low boost here, so essentially trying to stretch the defence out as much as possible. Oh, and that's a good save.
Just realised as well that they are battling. This game is very important for Omnia. If the Storm Shadows come through this series, it will confirm Omnia moving past Resurgence into second place in the seedings for the LAN. So it's quite a big game, this one. Plenty on the line. So Resurgence will be playing with an added incentive here, which is to stay in second seed, which they will definitely do if they continue to perform like that. It has been domination so far for Resurgence.
I'm just trying to have a quick little look as well in terms of can the REF be caught up, and I think this is far too much of a gap here, so that battle for second and third really much underway here. But, you know, if the scene was to work out here, it's sort of that will be the upper semi-final match between one of those three teams. So to me, it doesn't matter too much, but others would sit there and say they want to get the right sort of position. Either way, it's preparation's key.
It is indeed, and this start from Resurgence will serve them well going forward into the remainder of this series. Remember, the final best of 5 tonight is this one. Lion, fantastic first touch. P is there to intercept. So far, Crim winning the battle of the two giants of these two sides, and it will be Ritzy. It will be a third, and we are just past out the halfway point of this first game, and Resurgence taking full control.
And that's what you need to do, spicy your Resurgence, and no disrespect to them, but they weren't even at their optimal in the last series. And the RAF, you know, we sat here and, you know, Sales sat there and talked about Burner, their provincials not being on point here. Is that sort of the eventual sort of downward spiral that, you know, being in the lower final does here? That's nearly an own goal, and oh, come on, you've got to put that in.
Yeah, it's been a rough start for the Storm Shadows, and they've been absolutely decimated here in Game 1. And they're going to need to do what they did against Boost Overboard when they lost that first game, which is to take the time, let this next game, let this next 2 minutes just play out and regroup, rediscover their form, and try and take Resurgence all the way. But on current form and current performance, this is absolutely Resurgence's game to lose.
Are we just going to gloss over the fact that Crim hit the woodwork at a less than an inch of the net there?
Yeah, but they went in.
I'm
they
not.
Went in ultimately.
No. We're not letting them off with that.
Well, the important detail is Envy bagged what should be only a consolation goal was that they found the back of the net regardless, and if they didn't, suddenly that goal from Envy would be a lot more concerning, but it's still a 3-goal gap.
Sorry, I'm just not in this very charitable mood right now.
You never are then.
No, that's not true. I'm going to be in a variable charitable mood in our next segment here. You just got to have to wait for it.
Yeah, you like making me wait, don't you?
I'm sorry, honey. Do you want a hug?
No.
So I'm, too miserable, not terrible, but you don't want a hug from me. Do you see what I've got to work with here?
What the Storm Shadows are working with, though, is a much improved performance in this last couple of minutes. They've stemmed the flow of goals going in against them, and they found the goal of their own as Envy tries to bump Cedric into that. It's bounced down horrifically in front of the Storm Shadows net as P lightly taps it to Envy. Envy's first touch is brilliant and gets the redirect as well. Cedric will follow up, leaves it for P, and although that didn't go in, this is more like the performance that is more likely to end up in a win in this series for the Storm Shadows, because the opening 2 minutes was, I think, fair to say, a disaster.
Stell, are you feeling okay?
I've got to be impartial.
No, I've never heard you describe as the RAF, me and
Well,
the team as a disaster.
Hang on a second. I'm always giving credit where
No,
it's due.
no, I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying I've never heard that word with the RAF attached to it. I just want to make sure you're all right there, Stell.
I mean,
okay.
I certainly use other adjectives to describe poor Royal Air Force performances, but maybe not that one. But it's true. It was a disaster.
That's why it surprised me so much. As that one, however, is 5-1. But look, let's touch on to the point here. Even if you take that sort of 2 minutes and the 3-goal lead, essentially that was established out of the equation. It's those moments in terms of it would be 2-1. Which isn't too bad in the grand scheme of things. The problem what the RAF seems to consistently do is their front man attack. They rely on to it to the point here where that position leaves itself unstructured. Now, you may disagree with it, and that's fine still. But how much sort of firepower on the attack they want to, and the RAF, let's be fair, have always been an attacking side.
They have been, but I said it in the previous series against BOB. They leave gaps. And it's a direct byproduct of their playstyle. So against a team like Resurgence, who are very, very good at sitting back, inviting you onto them, and then punishing you, it's natural. It's natural that they can get picked apart like that. Especially when Resurgence are playing so well and are at least right now, by far the better side. So if Storm Shadows aren't able to resettle themselves and restabilize, they're going to have real trouble coming through this series, and it will mean that Resurgence retains second position over Omnia.
Well, I'm just having a brief look here, especially in a match like this here and the significance of it. And want to give full respects here, and this is not because they're playing as well as because Stale's here. The RAF communities have always been fantastic. And you know what? So Logan give Envy some advice there and tell him to slow down with his wave dash. And it's, people are looking team. It's a fantastic community that you want to get involved and hang out. But the fact is, there's a shadow player giving advice to the top lad here in the form of Envy's mechanics here. Now, whether he listens or not, that's up to him. But, it's that camaraderie that's always been impressive by them. They're going to need it here, especially in the type of the last 2 weeks they've had here in the situation they do find against Resurgence.
Maybe this is one step too far for the Storm Shadows, unless they find some way to get back into this series. It needs to happen. Can't afford to go 2 games down. NV Rises has to get there. Does. But also the double commit from Ritzy and Lion kind of works out. And it's a good aggressive play. And it will open up the space. The shooting opportunity into the empty net. And again, a disastrous start for the RAF Storm Shadows. Great pressure from Resurgence. Bumps from Lion, opening up the space for Ritzy. And he converts. And it's 1-0.
And this is just, unfortunately, may just be the point where you'll be looking at the series and going, right, we need to settle in and get a goal at some point here within the next 2 minutes if it's the RAF. That's said they're trying to slow it down here. It's not too bad in front of the net here and allow your teammate to collect as much boost and recycle and generate as much or attacking options as you do have. But against Resurgence, they haven't been an easy side to break down here. It's too predictable in terms of option 1 and 2.
It is true. He opted for boost over ball, and Lion makes full use of that opportunity that was presented to him there. First touch onto the backboard. Pity couldn't quite get recovered in time. And Resurgence continue their power play through the RAF Storm Shadows, who right now simply cannot live with them.
You're going to have to try to. That's 4. Sorry, that's 3. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Sorry, Stale. I can't read either.
They tried the play. It didn't come off. And I respect the efforts, but Resurgence just having a read on it and being that one step ahead. And I must say, at this point in time, I don't see a reverse sweep being possible for the Storm Shadows. I think this is the end of their run, which means that they will retain first seed for the LAN. But nevertheless, they're gonna, if they play like this against Resurgence at the LAN, they're gonna really, really struggle. They've got to be better.
Well, there's attack in the play, and they will at least get 1 goal, so better for the LAN itself here, and they will have that sort of 2-month gap here in the grand scheme of things. How they shape themselves up, it's not, and I feel like to some extent this is Lister's conversation. It's not the match itself you got to worry about. It's sometimes the day or the day before that.
It's true, and how managing things like your diet, managing your nerves, your routine, it all comes down to those kinds of variables when it comes to LAN events. Now, the Storm Shadows have experience doing that. I mean, just as recent as last week, but also many, many other LANs. So that might be the advantage that they have over other teams that haven't experienced that. We spoke about it earlier. Falcons have, Sparrowhawks have experienced LAN players in there. So, some players won't be used to the spotlight. Not yet on when you actually look at the stage that we're playing on as well. It'll be even worse. Some of the nerves, but if you can handle it, if your team can handle it, you give yourself a really good opportunity to make an impact at the LAN.
And it's experience that it's genuinely is what you want in those environments. And in some, you used to be the biggest LAN in the UK that you can go to. BFBS will put that to shame. To be frankly, to honesty, that's no disrespect to Insomnia. Great venue, great place, great everything. But it's that, University of Stratford that will your eyes will tell a story, and you will not be wrong to sit there and question, why aren't we doing this more regular? It is the start of something. This is only season 1, but for the RAF here, this game may not want to end quick enough for them.
Yeah, another one that they're going to simply just have to let go. But I think it's going to be too little too late if they are going to try and have a comeback, because, sure, the Royal Air Force Storm Shadows are known for reverse sweeping opponents that are playing better than them. But I do think, all things considered, environmental variables, fatigue now clearly setting in for the Storm Shadows, I think it's one step too far. I think this is the end of their journey and the beginning of Resurgence's march to the grand final alongside Omnia.
And if you sat here at the start of the day and we're predicting the bracket, I think Resurgence would spoil a fair few off them if we were to be brutally honest. The RAF would have been arguably in so many. But again, the series is not done and dusted. Even if Resurgence do go in their likely form here, win the second game at a 5-2 or 6-2 if that went in, the RAF aren't out yet. A reverse sweep here, and not to sing the praises too much. I'm sure there's somebody else who can do it much better than me here. But they did beat the French in Germany in that sort of particular environment.
It may be true, but you have other things to carry you through those environments, like constant flow of adrenaline. That won't be, especially in their current setups, on laptops and all sorts. It just won't be there. It just won't be there, and you rely solely on your abilities and your desire to get back into it, which seems to be missing right now for the RAF Storm Shadows. Resurgence are playing a flawless series and are making the Storm Shadows pay for every single mistake. There's been glimpses of what could be for the Storm Shadows, but it's been far too inconsistent. And they once again have to reset in the interval after this game and one last push and give it everything up, because they have nothing to fear, nothing to lose.
Unfortunately, if you're very much in the old literature, the only thing that you can fear is fear itself. I don't think the RAF would be that too deep and philosophical themselves here in this sort of moment of time here, but as a day goes here, it will be one they would forget without too much of a hurry here. But let's sort of look ahead a wee bit. Omnia, they haven't played outright well here. Resurgence, they're doing what Omnia did last week, dropped down the way, played the likes of the Falcons, then beat Boost over ball, and then went into the final to have their, shall we say, fun of a 4-0 sweep here. Resurgence could be doing exactly that here.
Yeah, this might be their time to shine, and they're making the most of the opportunity that is in front of them, which is an off form Storm Shadows, and they are really making them look average. It sounds harsh, but it's the truth, and I don't see a threat for Storm Shadows, and that may or may not have been intentional. I'm not sure, but sums up the series so far for the RAF Storm Shadows. It's been below par.
I may be wrong here. I need to double check it, but I think this is actually the worst day 2 loss in an individual game that the RAF's ever had.
I think that may be true, unless something changes, which it kind of makes it a bit more respectable now. But I think that still may be true, if I'm not mistaken, unless there's some results from some of the other teams. But as a whole, even with that goal, I think you're right, Danny. I'm not sure. I'll have to double check that, or any stat nerds can maybe let us know. But either way, it's only a small dent in the lead that Resurgence have over the RAF Storm Shadows. 5 goals in 30 seconds is 100% impossible. That's a disgusting flick by Ritzy, and be able to pick up the pieces here in possession.
It wasn't impossible, it was improbable.
It was, I think, on the current form, it was always impossible. Sure, you will say anything's possible, but let's be realistic.
Oh, come on, be the positive one still.
I always am. There's some things that even I can't be positive about, and this performance is one of those. And it happens. It happens. It's perfectly viable for the situation that the Storm Shadows are in right now. But they have to go away in this break. They've got to use it to its full potential, and they've got to figure out a way to just solidify in this next minute or so.
And sometimes a minute may not be long enough here, but arguably that game was lost a long time ago, so they do have that sort of sense of, what do we do or how do we get in that situation? But I think even the server decided to give up briefly for half a second there, so we're going, Resurgence, you might stop scoring here. 9's too many, but I don't think they're going to complain too much. But I think the RAF have to, play from behind in terms of, it might be strange here, play like they're already 1-0 down and don't venture unless you have a clean opportunity to hit on the counter. It's far too much loosey-goosey to be on the very polite Canadian side of things here.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I think they need to firm up their challenges, and especially as first man, they need to be stronger, they need to be quicker, and ultimately all aspects of their game in this series needs to improve. But as I said, I suspect they've succumbed to eventual fatigue, and for that reason alone, I just can't see them getting through the series.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but has Payne changed to the Dominus there?
He has indeed changed to the Dominus.
Are we going to be as critical as we were with Boost over Ball with the RAF?
I probably should be, but if there was a time to change something, it is now, because that change from Cosmo was when nothing had gone wrong and they had won the game, whereas seemingly everything has gone wrong in this series. So I don't mind the change as much, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I think it's just one of those sort of school of thought we're just going to have to live with here, and if it works, you're a genius. If it doesn't, it's insanity. But minute gone by, they haven't conceded, so maybe it's a touch of both.
Maybe, but for now at least they haven't conceded, and you can see a double commit coming in. Envy has to rise for it, gets the flip reset, beats Leon as well. P will rise, flicked effort, but Ritzy is there. Crib knocks towards the center, and it will be a loose ball here. P will just challenge it. Envy now, shot on goal. It does find the back of the net, and there is at least some kind of a spark left in the RAF Storm Shadows. Not an easy finish, but it was a good one nonetheless. The P opening up the space for Envy, and from that acute angle, with some work to do, it must be said, he found the back of the net.
And this is the benefit of it. That's, you might be wondering why I say play from behind, is that sense you've got the attack while also sort of something to defend. Now they've truly got that. That's the one that they needed here, and as long as you can bleed the clock out and give the opposition as little to work with here, and they seem to be doing that.
They do. It's a slight improvement, but it's gonna take more than that. They need to solidify the defense. It's an open net now. Krim is gonna get there with a double tap, but it does make it count. The RAS Storm Shadows suffer again after going in front moments ago. And Resurgence back on level terms, and you get the feeling they're gonna go straight back on the hunt to put their noses back in front. And if they do, if they get this next goal, I've got no choice but to believe that it's game and set and match. And we'll see the Storm Shadows at the land. But we'll see Resurgence taking on Omnia in moments' time. But that should have been a goal again. It should have been 2-1. The Storm Shadows let off. As Ritzy goes for a sidewall. No boost though. Leaves it for Lion. The shooting opportunity saved by Envy.
Just like that, half a game left, and that's two chances that Resurgence shoots have been leading, but again, that clinicality not being punished in this sort of moment of time in the grand final. It certainly will be. The ball's been popped right over straight to P, and trying to be faked out will be defensively helped by Krim, and it's an open pitch here. An infield pass would just, threaten the RAF defensive force in order to see if it wasn't brought out, however. And to some extent, Resurgence has to play cautious. That just seems to be a strange way to put it.
Yeah, it looks like the Storm Shadows are taking a bit more risk now. They know the situation that they're in, and they're just going, okay, we'll enjoy ourselves. But that's a fantastic side pass. Lion finds the goal. Ritzy, though, will take all the credit for a wonderful assist. And you could even see Krim going for a bump on the last man. That was Envy, and he actually successfully puts him off. And for me, that's game, set, and match now. It's 2-1. And with their noses in front, so far in the series, they've never dropped a single game from a winning position. So I don't see that changing now. And it will be another chance. Ritzy just delayed. He could have easily swung everything at that ball. Chose to play it safe. Away comes Envy. Lion, though, linking up with Krim. Krim finding Ritzy. And Lion will surely finish at the play. It's off the post, and the Storm Shadows survive.
And there will be at least Cedric to have an idea and over the Envy. And I don't like that sort of way of playing. If you're going to at least try to advance the ball, you've got to at least have an open wedge. That will be 3-1. And, you know, at this point here, at no point here Resurgence look likely of dropping. You said that rightly so. But the way and the manner they've done it here, I think our grand final is going to be at least, you know, probably going to at least 6 games here.
It is set to be a cracking final series to end the night's proceedings, to end the qualification. And is it a story that we'll see at the LAN as well? Will it be an Omnia Resurgence final? They are more than capable of it. And playing like they did today against Storm Shadows, Omnia and Resurgence will both feel they can do some serious damage to each other. Lion away. Krim will chase it down now into the final minutes. Just need the ball exactly where it is, or bag themselves another goal just to make all but sure. He trying to clear away, and it will be a loose ball that falls away to the right side for Envy. Can he create something here? He does. Into Cedric. But a combination of Lion and Krim clear the ball. Cedric, loose ball to P. And there is a lifeline. A small glimmer of hope for the RAF Storm Shadows. 25 seconds to go. The loose ball falling to P in the Dominus. And he makes no mistake. He places the ball into the back of the empty net. And we're in for a grandstand finish in potentially the final game of this series.
Just seconds prior to that, you know, if you close your eyes, it was ding, ding, ding. It does cruel noise and horrible sound for any sort of team when you're desperately trying to get that goal. With 10 odd seconds here for the RAF to get that ball downfield and bring into an OT here. It will be at least Cedric to have a go and attempt of it, but that was all that she wrote.
And indeed, Resurgence progressed to the grand final in superb, stylish fashion. And that means only one thing. Omnia await them.
Certainly do, and it's one of those matchups you look at and you sort of going, I'm looking forward to this one here in Resurgence, you know, dropping as early as said, that's not like them, but it, you know, it's somewhat a sense of a rematch from that upper semi-final. But, you know, enough of the talking here. Let's, you know, send to a break, get everybody, you know, freshened up, and let's get this grand final started as quickly as possible.
And Ed had an entire net to tuck it away. 1-0 to the Storm Shadows, and the Army, they've been crumbling since game 3. To control this one and take it downfield, intercepted immediately by Ed, and this pressure from the Storm Shadows has been relentless, and Envy, the man from Cosford, will tip this away to make it 2-0, and almost an improbable comeback for the Army to try and pull off with 90 seconds left to go. The way they've been playing, the RAF Storm Shadows, they're currently unstoppable.
The RAF Storm Shadows, an incredible goal. They've done it again, and it's 2-0 now, and it's 3-0 now. The lead looking unassailable.
He gives Ed some time here on the sidewall, gets it up. P is on the backboard lurking. Is Ed going to get this one away? No, but Envy's going to be there. Envy's going to tuck it away. It's 4-1 to the RAF Storm Shadows. Rose-tinted glasses are on, and I don't care. It is game over. The RAF have trampled the Army. 4-1, could be 5-1. I don't care what the scoreline is. It's going to be game over with 1:06 left to go. You're going to have me in the commentary box. I'm going to be hyping the boys the entire time, not just the Storm Shadows, the Sentinels and the Shadows as well, as this game comes to a close with almost P tucking away a very nice shot there, just drops at the death. Storm Shadows 3, the Army Sparrows 1, and well, the Storm Shadows did it in fashion late on.
Hi, I'm AS1T Stelios Elia. In-game, I am known as SE1997.
Corporal Elliot Greenwood, and in-game I'm known as G-Wood.
My name is AS1 Tech Edward Nussy Waite, otherwise known as Cedric in-game.
It's already looking like they've upped the bar from last year, which is a really tough job to even do that. We are looking forward, not just myself, but as a team, to going out on that stage and representing the Royal Air Force as best as we can.
Playing up on a stage like this is the first time. We had a thing called Rank A, where it was all the top players played against each other, and then we picked our teams. I finally made it into the first team after a lot of hard work.
Both my teammates are really talented. We gel super well. Really looking forward to playing with them on stage and seeing what we can do.
From my end, the leadership were outstanding, no issues at all.
Not just from my own personal line management, but also the Royal Air Force Esports Association backed us very well, I should say, and made sure we had all the support we needed to get here, and they're always a phone call away if we do need them for anything.
Really excited to play Coast Guard. It'll be closer than everyone thinks. After playing them, we think we stand a bit of a fighting chance.
The second Air Force team, emphasis on second now. We're a solid team, three really good players who could do some damage, for sure.
Although we are in different forces across NATO, we are colleagues, so it's nice to meet them in person and just have a laugh and play against them and hopefully beat them as well.
You ready? AFG, you're washed.
Coast Guard, you ain't as good as you think you are. We're coming for you.
Space Force, stick to mini golf.
We're going to win it.
No, we're not.
We're going to win it. We're going all the way.
I thought it was good until I saw them play. The Americans will never hear the end of it if we end up winning somehow.
Look, I'll shake on it. You know me, I don't drink. I will drink heavily if we win.
That the pressure put down. Stelios with no boost thrown into corner will be wildly out of position. G-Wood needs to put it to the air. Don't go towards net on this one. Instead, Cedric go for the double touch. It's a beautiful finisher. 19 seconds into OT, and the RAF already going to match point.
That's right, boys. Once again, I'm joined alongside none other than Stelios. Stelios, at the very start of that match, you pointed out the fact that the strategy was aggression, was confidence. Do you personally feel like you guys delivered on all fronts?
Yeah, it was a series that we just stuck to the plan and executed it to perfection. I felt really good myself. I felt the other boys also played their part individually, and then we executed the plan as a team together. It was almost perfection, which means we've got to live up to that in the next round as well. So we can't just rest on our laurels. We've got to take it forward.
Well, for you personally, you were the first one to score goals across, I think, 2 or 3 of those matches that we saw there as well. Was that part of the game plan for you to be the force of nature, as it were, in this matchup?
I'm certainly a force of nature, but usually not in front of goal. It's usually Cedric or G-Wood that are bagging the goals when it counts. However, the way we're set up is it doesn't matter who has the chance to score. It could be any one of us. The way we play, we create spaces for anyone to score. And it just so happened that it was me that was in the prime position to put it in the back of the net, and thankfully I did.
Half, but not for too much longer. Sentinels have broken free, although only momentarily. Now into the retreat. Cedric and Asher, not for the first time today, failing to meet the problem.
Welcome back, everybody, and it feels so weird to say this, the last time of the online stage of the last qualifier. The grand finals is upon us, and it's 2 teams we've already seen play versus each other. It was a bit of a sweep earlier, but now they've had a little bit more chance to warm up into it. It is, of course, going to be the one and only Omnia versus Team Resurgence, as you can see there on the screen. It was 3-0 earlier today, hoping to change the tides. Neither of these teams, I don't believe, in a position to steal away that top spot in the points, but they are battling versus each other for that all-important second seeded spot. Now, you two saw this game earlier. Was there anything maybe interesting to take away from it? Anything that both of these teams, when they come into this game, need to remember from last time and maybe have a little bit of a conversation about where to emphasize their focus?
I think there needs to be and there needs to be a lack of respect for each other in this game. I think there's sometimes far too much respect between these two sides. And I don't mean in a sportsmanship sense. I think if you just challenge and be aggressive as first man and don't give any of the players in this lobby time on the ball as first man, you give yourself every chance of shutting them down. And that goes for both teams. So for me, that's what I'm going to be looking out for this game. Just a complete disregard for each other and almost disconnect your brain and just go straight for them. And you give it, if that's my opinion, how you shut down the more skillful players in the lobby.
Okay, all out aggression. I'm here for it. Danny, on the flip side, give me your thoughts. What's going to be the necessary change that Resurgence needs to try bring this back, to put some rounds on the board versus Omnia, and if they want to take this series?
I think it's sort of one of those situations where, the top side, there's always one player that you consider that weak link, and you have to target them as much as possible, which sounds a tad bit daft. You normally think all three are solid. No, there's always going to be one. And as long as they can do that, that would be the ideal case of it. When you see the result 3-0 and they've lost, is it because they played that well, or was it your own game that faltered? Usually it's a mixture of both.
Right, for the last time, your predictions on who's going to be winning, because we're going to be starting really soon. Quickly, Stelios, who are you thinking winner for this one?
Omnia 4-0.
Omnia 4-0, Danny?
Resurgence 4-2.
4-2. Well, let the grand final commence. See you on the other side to crown our victor in the last remaining points of this final qualifier.
Well, Danny, for the last time, it is just myself and your lovely self in this commentary booth with me as we start off proceedings for this final game. And it's been a real pleasure, Danny, I must say, casting with you across these last 8 weeks. And I certainly hope this isn't the last time I see you.
I'm worried where I'm going now, but I can say it feels so soon, but yet when's the next time? It can't come soon enough here. And you said about charity, and I'll give you this here. If your prediction's right, I'll give you 3 points to tie.
So here we go then. A best of 7. A marathon, not a sprint. One shot at Qualifier 8 glory for both of these two sides. Resurgence sweeping the RAF Storm Shadows almost as if they weren't even there. Omnia had a lot more of a battle against the RAF Storm Shadows, but both of them came through the challenge. And both of them done it with relative ease. How will they fare against each other now when it matters most? Minty, double flip reset, and that's early signs of the mechanical prowess of some of the players on this pitch. Is this a grand final at LAN? It may very well be.
And the fact is that when we look at the sort of the gameplay, Finley was quite literally, asking that question, how are they going to play? The fact that Resurgence playing that deep is not necessarily surprising, but how astute they have to be here. But the question is how much of that sort of space are you giving away too cheaply, or how well can you spot that sort of gap to place the ball, and can you get your player onto it? And so far here, both can be a little bit guilty of not finishing their dinner here.
Well, the first minute and a half has simply raced on by as Hammer Saints trying to snipe Lion's car in the middle of the air there. EO4, enough boost to get a secondary touch, but it wasn't enough. Minty will face his own net, and it's dangerous. But Hammer Saints has enough on that clearance to buy his team time and move them out of the defensive rotation. But Lion's touch is a good one. Gets a second as well, but EO4 was there and completes the clearance for Omnia.
At least Lion's sitting waiting in that sort of environment. Ball can sort of ping anywhere, so you sort of have to take your chances somewhat. And EO4 sets themselves up here. Should be a double, potential likely, but Hammer's sitting there waiting, sort of poacher's goal through and through.
Beautiful stuff from from EO4, opening up the space for Hammer Saints, and it drops down. That waterfall touch off the backboard is so hard to predict and to defend, because you either end up placing it into your own net, beat into it by your opposition, or the lesser case, which is an actual clearance, but it's got to be so well timed, so precise, and even pros can rarely get it right. Just shows you the power of that play.
And sometimes, you look at it, sort of the professional gameplay, and sort of go, how can I sort of nick it for my own gameplay, or how can we sort of involve it or interweave it into the team dynamic? And you have to get everybody on the same hymn sheet. But I think what's the unusual bit so far here is, it's not necessarily, it's a professional play, it's hard consistent. They're able to pull it off.
Very, very true, and that's the difference. You are right. It's the consistency and the decision making consistency as well. That is the two factors that I think makes a professional player stand out for some of the players in this lobby. The mechanical skill is also a lot higher, but is less of a factor in my opinion, because at the end of the day, even a lot of the shots that the pros make on a goal that an average player in this lobby will be able to save, but it's all about the decision making in defense. But all factors that will come into play at the LAN. Ritzy flicks that one towards Omnia's net. It's a slight mistake from Minty, a rare one from him. And it is a shooting opportunity again for Resurgence, but not taken. The pressure, though, now is all from Resurgence. They have upped their game in this last couple of minutes. They're looking to finish game one strongly inside the Omnia half, giving them nothing for free. The respect is not there between the two sides. I love that. There is a chance step up for Minty, but it's a good save made by Crypt.
It's even better if there was a bit of rivalry with Needle, but unfortunately not being the case this time around. There's respect off the pitch, which sort of allows that sort of going, we know what you're capable of, and hence why we're closing it down and not giving you that. So hence, that's sort of 1-0 here. It's, you know what? It's the only sort of match so far this evening here, and correct me if I'm wrong, where it has that sense of tightness, the closeness, the competition, everything that we stand for.
It is, and that's to the credit of both of these two sides, who have been the best two sides by a country mile of the night. And that is a potential equalizer. Ritzy turns on it, goes underneath the 04, but the save was enough. The rare whiff from Lion at the worst time possible. And now Minty comes away with it. Great first touch off the ceiling. Dummies it, and there's no follow-up by Hammer Saints. EO4 has to deal with it. Oh, it's awkward. Always a chance for Lion, but the demo is superb. Forced to Crim, and he won't be able to get a quick shot at the net. It allows Hammer Saints to recover the car. And will it drop to the floor? Minty keeps it up. Rule 1 being observed. Crim still alive here. EO4 eventually drops it down. And that is game on, over and done with. And first blood to Omnia.
That was far too close for Omnia's stake and the standard they set from, a week ago. In terms of so far what we've seen in this qualifier alone, it hasn't hit the same standards, but champions will find a way to win it, and it's no matter what. Resurgence hasn't had that luxury. The only bit that's causing me concern here in terms of Resurgence, they sat back for the opening minute or two to find what they're playing against. Once they conceded, then they decided to venture for it, which arguably was the better play. They just didn't get the goal for it.
That is true, and it was a limited amount of errors in that game, and as you say, they were punished every single time, and it shows you the level of Rocket League that is on display here. It is not to be messed with. UK military community Rocket League is of a level that even pros won't sniff at and will absolutely respect. And there goes two Resurgence players, just as I give them credit, having one of the only double commits I've seen them do all night long. And now Krim comes away with it. Oh, it's a good challenge with Hammer Saints the 50, and he continues to power through, collects the boost. Ritzy just kind of does enough to clear the ball, but it's meant that it's just gone straight back to Minty. And the double touch observed wonderfully by Krim, and it's away from danger.
Straight back at it though. You have to give credits for Resurgence in terms of what they're doing, but it is a weakness that's been wide open, and that's the problem there. You sort of sit there like the bowling pin alleyway. Once you sort of lump 4 and 5 together, you just split it right open.
Yeah, he's carried his momentum very well there, Minty. A tough angle as well. Not easy to generate a lot of power from that kind of range and angle. But he did the right thing, and there was a double commit from that play as well, by the way. His teammate had also gone for the shot. So if they can iron out that communication element of things, they're really gonna be tough to stop. But Ritzy with an equalizer almost instantaneously, a slight error that time by Hammer Saints, rare from him. EO4 unable to climb fast enough, and Ritzy slots home for 1-1.
This is just the element of this grand final. Can afford a mistake, and if you are going to make the mistake, is do you have the cover and support? And the answer was no. a Resurgence first goal as well in the grand final, so that'll settle them down. And you hope for their sake, can they sort of build from it? Can they gather that sort of sense of, we belong in this sort of, matchup, this sort of, sense of occasion here. Most teams don't ever reach the grand final. They have.
That was an excellent counter-attack, by the way. All 3 Omnia players involved, but the final ball was missing. That's a good clearance. There's a skim opportunity there for I think that was Crim. Didn't quite land though. And Hammer Saints will continue scampering down that right-hand side to apply pressure onto Grim, who fakes and fakes and fakes and waits and waits. Brilliant play, but it was almost punished for being a little bit too lax. And the punishment does come in. He waited and waited. And for a second, the play seemed like it was going to work, but he was punished and challenged. And that is what I was talking about. They showed respect to him to the point, but it was too much. And they eventually flew in as first and second man. And they punished Crim and Resurgence. And they lead 2-1.
It's a fundamental error, really, in terms of flicking that ball straight down the sort of the center, the goal mouth itself here. You gotta play your sort of car and body behind it, and angle it really towards the corner to make absolute sort of certainty that it was going to be safe. So that's just poor decision making, and Omnia knows that and can sense it in line, and sort of Ritzy trying to find each other. Apology, it was Crim itself on the original play, but that's the man that you want for the goal scoring shots.
Yeah, he is the danger. He's absolutely the danger for Resurgence. He seems to be the key for all their goals, all their key passing moves as a team as well. It seems to flow straight through Ritzy. If he's not involved, it's rarely a threat. And it shows his abilities there again. And Crim arguably should be putting that away. The net was open. I know it was a fast kickoff and it was a fast cheat, but just got to show a tiny bit more composure. Take a split second more and you score that. And you give your team the advantage going into the final 2 minutes.
And there we have that sort of situation of half a game still left. It's nearly a different complexion to it though. There's sort of a 1-goal lead, and it was bleeding the clock down as Omnia was trying to do. This time, however, it's Resurgence who will be hoping to find themselves get a front of it, and that's the appraisal they needed.
Lion, that is what he can do. Great first touch into a fake flip reset, and it was executed to perfection. And then he held his nerve as well in front of goal. Could have easily rushed the shot, could have easily rushed the flick, but the composure was held, and he slots home for what could be a vital goal in Resurgence's march back into this series.
Start with Elise Lion to continue that sense of it. That's a mistake here, and do you know what? Omnia don't make many mistakes. That was one of them.
Yeah, that had to go in. It had to go in. It just needed a bit more of an angle on the cut. That's a lovely effort. Crim is there to steal the goal or receive the pass, depending on how you look at it. Again, it's Ritzy, provider, as always. Cuts it enough of an angle where Crim can run onto it. And in spite of the demo, the goal went in, and Resurgence once again taking full control of the game. And I believe the series, because I don't think Omnia have looked anywhere as good as they should be looking at this moment in time. Maybe the break didn't serve them well.
Well, to be fair, I did say, witnessing their performance in terms of what Qualifier 7 was, they did not look anywhere off that level. That's no disrespect to him. That's just, was peak gameplay from them. Sit there and somewhat in disbelief here. They've returned to, say, put it, planet normal. And Resurgence, however, are just on the orbit. They just don't know when to go away.
They're gunning for it, but Omnia aren't going to let it go without a fight. That's wonderful individual play, and it finds the bottom corner from Minty, and just now, inside the final minute, a moment of nervousness for Leon, just waiting for the ball. Should have attacked it, and it freed up Hammer Saints to set up Minty at the center. And the grand final continues to deliver between these two fantastic sides. Can Omnia find a route back into it in these final 40 seconds, or are we going to be all square in this grand final?
Lions just playing safe there with that ball. I would imagine he would go slow ideally, but he didn't. Leathers it in. You know, Resurgence is being played a fiddle here in this sort of situation here where they feel like they've got to play a 1-2 and fast as you can here. They've got the goal under the 30. They can afford to take them that half a second to make sure your pass is on point. Even though that, you know, Omni could block it and read it, they still have to do it.
And that was an awful side flip by Minty, but it actually ended up in an overcommit. And are they going to find a goal? Hammersaints has to try to read it. He does. The soft touch is there, goes underneath, and it will hit the floor. And Resurgence level the series. Game 2 done and dusted. And it did not fail to deliver. Drama from the very get-go. Mistakes here and there starting to come in, whether it's fatigue or just sheer grand final nerves. Both of these sides delivering on this grand final so far.
And that's what we want to have, you know, we are, you know, true neutrals of this sort of grand final where both of these two are, you know, showing why they've got here. You know, the second and third seed when, you know, all the dust settles out. But yeah, it feels wrong that this is the last series. It's arguably a perfect series to end on. But, you know, the fact is, you know, 1-0, 4-3, we haven't seen the game settle. You know, it's that still caginess off it where both sides are still trying to suss each other out here. You know, when are they going to deliver that mighty sort of thump that, you know, inside that boxer analogy, when you get hits here? They haven't really given that sort of true power that they can deliver.
They haven't, and I don't know. I don't know when or if that will come for either of these two sides. Nobody's really taking a firm grasp of the game. No team is really trying to take control of it. They're sort of playing not to lose rather than to win. And I'd like to see that change. They've got to free themselves from the shackles of pressure that this grand final is giving them. We now are in a best of 5 scenario, and there is no room for error as we kick things off it. It's got to be consistent play.
And that's what's unfortunately when you are part of the best and that sort of elite club that, you know, an inch the wrong way here and you're being not necessarily scolded, but you just leave that sort of sense of we know what you're capable of here. As Hammers just watched his teammate had a chance, his one goes awry and Minty just throws that one in the middle, essentially gives the counter the brief for Resurgence. So this is the area that you're, you know, looking at and you're sort of going, if you can cut that out and just play the ball safe, suddenly the game opens up to your own favour.
And already 1 minute in this game, 3 has flown on by, pretty much. Ritzy, an open backboard. No boost on the Guardian 4, so if he can get that one down, it will find the back of the net, and Ritzy again, who else but him, to open the scoring for Resurgence. A fantastic finish, composure, the setup touch was perfect, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered.
And perfect time, really, for Resurgence to score. Not sort too early in the game itself here, just to cheaply throw one away here, but not too late where you're just playing sort of nervous and sort of bite your fingernails to the left of the shards. Remains on the floor here. That's a perfect layoff. Red, however, by Hammer in the defensive area. So what I do like with Resurgence here, what they're doing better up the two, is that sort of recycling the ball or knowing when to leave it here. They're not being drawn into the idea of they've got to play everything.
No, they're biding their time. They know when to go and they know when to leave. Ritzy again, the architect of Omnia's downfall. It's a lingering shot to that far post, but it didn't have enough power. And the shooting opportunity again for Ritzy. Hammersaint saves. Ritzy leaves it for Leon. But it's a save again, and Omnia clinging on for dear life right now. They look like a shadow of themselves, as I said last week. Ritzy drops it down. Lions there. It's a great double touch. First touch, lethal. Second touch, deadly. And that is why they are in the position that they're in. That is why they are one of the favourites to win the whole thing.
I feel like each team is taking their turns to have their lyricals sung here. But yet not over in this grand final for Qualifier 8. That's infield into the box itself, mind you. And it's a shot from nothing, really, but it's not one that you want to do. That leaves the pitch wide open for 2-1.
Mistake capitalised on. Hammer Saints, the beneficiary that time. Just an overcommit, a massive overcommit, and it's a crime. It's such a crime to concede a goal like that so soon after you just worked so hard to double your lead. And it gives Omnia a route back into this. Game 3, sorry. Very clinical at 1-1, very crucial at 1-1 in the best 7. It will mean another win gives you 3 match points to play with. And it's a tough task for any team to come back from that, even at this level, even with these players on the pitch. And maybe because of these players on the pitch, it's so hard to come back from. So from a mental perspective, this next game, these next 2.5 minutes are vital.
Just shows you what it does, and that's a mistake. That's a mistake, and you can see Army's ready to bounce on that chance that opened up, but not quick enough. They could have had that passing lane wide open here, but just Resurgent with the nick of time here. The problem will have, mind you, for Resurgent, that backboard's their main event in terms of how they score. If they can get it blocked on you, suddenly here that's the goal scoring route back to naught.
Clock quickly approaching 0. We are late into a warm summer's night here in the UK. This action has been intense. It's been hot and sweaty all night long for these players as they continue to do battle here. Hammer Saints' shot cleared away by Krim. Ritzy will rise for that one and clears downfield past Minty. Hammer Saints again, back towards Minty, has limited boost but looks for a pass back to his teammate and it was executed well, but the shot not good enough, and EO4 struggled there to get above that one. And up goes Krim, gets the flip reset, drops it underneath, and it's a beautiful conversion. And 3-1 with a minute to play. I do not see a comeback. I think it is going to be Resurgence's series to lose now. They seem to have upped their game. They seem to have taken control.
I think it's too early to give the ownership to the series, personally myself. But it's hard to argue with it in terms of what we've witnessed in 3 games worth. But again, that sort of situation where the goal came through the sense of inaction more than the actual product that was produced. And again, not to have dispersion onto the pitch itself here. Don't forget, Omnia came in a 3-1, went to 3-2 and failed to convert earlier. That sort of chance to tie the game back up. The RAF had issues on its own regard, booster were balls, so it's not just a one team issue. All teams have it, but in a grand final, it just gets 10 times worse.
It's wonderful link-up play again, and a series of quick touches and passes inside the Omnia penalty area, just confusing them all. And it was Krim into Leon, into Krim again, and it was ricocheted off Hammer Saints' car into the top right. Super play. Game 3 is well and truly over with.
I think it's a bit late for a transfer, is it?
Who's transferring?
Well, Hammer, it was a nice 1-2-3, surely.
Yeah, maybe actually, it's a good point. As that one will creep into the bottom left, surely it's 5. And although these goals may seem irrelevant, from a psychological perspective, it just hammers it home. No pun intended.
I think Hammer might tell you to, politely to stop. If on his behalf, I'll do it for him. Stop using his name against him.
Sorry, it was there. I had to take the opportunity.
That's alright. I would say it's grim, but unfortunately he's not playing. We've got, unfortunately, Crime himself here, but the situation here, for Omnia's sake itself here, there'll be a grimace sort of feel in terms of their stomach here. They're not playing for seeding. There is the sort of the prize pool element, but it's the right to sit here and say we beat you.
Agreed. You don't want to be going into the LAN knowing the last time you played against these sides, you were beaten comfortably. So that's exactly what Resurgence are doing here. And that will weigh on the minds of these players, by the way, when September does come around eventually. And as Affinity mentioned in the pre-game chat, September is approaching, and it will get here faster than most of these players think. So if they aren't preparing themselves and correctly, and if they aren't doing the correct steps in preparation, they're going to really struggle, and there will be upsets. I've seen it time and time again in all kinds of environments, in both RAF Rocket League, in both the inter-service Rocket League scene, and of course in BFBS Pro League. So it's the preparation needs to match their ability level for them to have the best possible chance to win. Both of these sides.
And you know what? I'll let that be, because there's nothing much to add on in terms of that. But at least for this sort of situation here, as you said here, it's Resurgence's grand final to lose here, which is the complete opposite sort of gut feeling. The grand final, the 4-0 Omnia thrashing a week ago, when suddenly in the similar situation, let's not forget here, you know, it was a 3-0 result in the favour Omnia in the upper semi-final a few hours ago.
That is disgusting. That is absolute filth from Krim and Ritzy. Who else but Ritzy to provide the magic for the pass, and Krim with the finish? Well, have to give him his credit. That is super finishing in front of goal. Not easy as well to judge the pre-jump like that, but that will give him a massive boost of confidence. And if Omnia can't find a response quickly, they're really in major trouble here.
Oh, they'll be enjoying that one. They'll be at least... Oh, do you know what? Unfortunately, I sit there and say it's probably the second best goal of the evening, though.
Yeah, shout out boost of the ball for their goal against Dario Sonfeld. That was superb. That still does beat the goal that we just saw, but that goal from Krim was equally, okay, maybe not equally, but almost as good. But they have overcommitted, and Lion won't get there. EO4 does, just in front, and Omnia level up again.
That just shows you what the awareness needs to be. Can't afford to go all in here, and you know, when you do have that sort of 1-0 lead sort of situation, you don't need to do that either. So sloppiness somewhat setting in here, and you know, let's be fair here. You know, it's about sort of 6-7 hours worth of consistent gameplay on most days here. That's long enough. It's in terms of what you do here, and Resurgence has went through the lower bracket for the majority of the run too.
True, very, very true. Maybe they are just that bit more zoned in. Maybe they're just that bit more locked in. Maybe they felt like they had something to prove. Omnia, they look like they're struggling right now to get any sustained pressure. Their goals seem to be either freak bounces or well-worked individual efforts, but they really have had sustained pressure on that and on the Resurgence net, and it comes down to they're just showing too much respect here. I think they're showing too much respect, and they're too afraid to go for those early challenges and first man aggression. And there's a bit too much distance in how they play as well, I think.
And somewhat, that leads down to the sort of the communication side of it, and sort of that mental awareness is sort of 2 points of the poisonous chalice if you get it wrong. And so far, Omnia has got very little to offer, but that will be, however, a much needed reprieve by EO4's goal, and it's now Resurgence back on the proverbial sort of back foot, to say it twice in 2 sets of running.
Indeed. EO4 had to watch that one closely as it waterfalled again off that backboard. Judged it well, met the volley, sweetly struck, and it was the goal to put Omnia 2-1 to the good. And again now, they need to make sure they make this league count. They've done it when they were behind by 1 goal in the series. That's a beautiful flip reset as well by Minty to give himself momentum into that second touch for a shot. Couldn't quite make it count though, and away come Resurgence again. Hammer Saints with the ball onto the sidewall. Hammer Saints again facing now his own net. Hands off the ball to Minty. Ritzy with an early challenge. Lion goes up. Lets it go, and it was an audacious effort, and the pinch across the face of goal. It was dangerous, but Omnia survived that one.
It's the wrong play, and they got a tad bit fortuitous there. Scampered back to get it away here. Resurgence are playing with a lot of freedom in terms of what they are producing on the attack, and not a fan of it, but oh, could he? No, unfortunately not. The cycle does a little bit too much.
Imagine.
You know what here? I've only ever cast, I think, one, possibly two ever working.
Who scored it? Do you remember?
The first one, it was the Italian team in the 2v2 tournament. I think it was Jelly, potentially.
Ah, you mean Jelly, the same man that was beaten by the RAF Storm Shadows in the off-season tournament for RLCS. Oh, Krim slots it home at the near post. Another error from Omnia that time. And he just followed his own touch, forced it into the middle. And it's Hammer who hammers it home into the back of his own net. I've done it to him again. And we're all square again. And the battle continues.
It's a guilty pleasure when you have a match like this and Minty goes 3-2. It's a kickoff goal. This shouldn't be happening, but occasionally they do slip on in here. Still.
Not what you want. It's not what you want, Danny.
Oh,
not at this stage of the tournament. Not at this stage.
No.
You really want to be getting those errors out your system. But all teams do it. It's not just them. All teams do it. I know the Storm Shadows make those kinds of errors, and that is a crucial save, by the way, because that would have been game set. Not match quite yet, but that would have been surely 2-2 had that one gone in. And Resurgence now are going to have to throw everything at Omnia to get this one over the line and give themselves 3 match points, or else face a 2-2 scoreline in the series, and it will become a best of 3 at that point.
And you know what, it'd be sort of like a cheeky day one wrapped in the between in terms of it. So we talk about the upsets when it gets into that environment. But you know what here, the bit that I find sort of the interesting sort of point here is that Resurgence, even though they had the right in terms of leading the series, they had the lead in the game itself here. The amount of times they threw that ball desperately away. Why? I don't know. Pressure, perhaps, but the ability they possess, they shouldn't be doing it.
Agreed. They should know better, but it is what it is, and we are into a 2-2 now, and it becomes that best of 3. And in this kind of environment, this next minute is vital. Very, very important that they take the time they feel they need to reset themselves, to talk through any last game plans as they bid for a match point, for 2 match points. Remember, the winner of this game now, whoever wins, will have championship point for Qualifier 8. Will they make it count?
It's a good question, whether they can or not, Tieran. You know, as much as sort of the minute may be important, I think it's just a somewhat, you've got to appreciate these moments when you're in a grand final and you just have to sort of sit back and enjoy it as much as you possibly can here while trying to do the business. But it's that opening goal now that dictates the tempo, it dictates your options. And what is going to be interesting is who will change the pace in the match as well too.
I think we've seen Omnia change the pace the most, but simply because they've had to come from behind, I think, a lot of the time. So they've had to just throw caution to the wind. And it's so far worked out in their favour. But I think if they can not concede off the bat, or even go for a goal of their own, just like they did there, it could be a change of fortunes, and they've started so much better. And Minty has enough momentum, enough boost to slot that one home. And Omnia take an all-important lead. And is that the spark they needed to see this one through?
I'm surprised just Minty didn't trying to slam that as bottom to the ground and not take any chances, but it's becoming sort of that crunch point here, and Resurgence know that. Even though it's only just the start of the 5th game here, they've got to get that goal scrubbed off and equalise as best as they can here, low and high, and that's a sneaky idea, but unfortunately, Krim, as much as I like to appreciate it, you've got to let that ball run through.
Lion. Hammer Saints knocking it high. Looks infield now towards the car of Minty. Minty gets there. Hammer Saints with a shot, and that was so dangerous. So lethal, but the save equal to it. Minty. Right hand side now. Oh, they got into a rule 2?
Yes, I'm happy.
Oh god, what have you made me into? Oh!
No, don't blame me.
What a goal! EO4 forcing it home somehow. The rule 2 was broken. EO4 had enough momentum and boost to force it home, and that is a crucial goal. 2-0 to Omnia. They extend their lead as we approach the halfway point of this game. And do we see a comeback? Resurgence seeming a lot less likely to score. I'm not quite sure what's happened early on in this game. Could be the improvement from Omnia. Could be Resurgence taking their foot off the gas a little bit. Time will tell.
Just have to cast your minds back to that upper final. You're so surprised here, but you can almost sort of understand why that 3-0 result was the way it was. This is far from that, mind you. As that ball to the backward should be dropping down. That's arguably poor.
No.
2 attempts to put that home. Help.
It's inexcusable, Danny. It's inexcusable what it is. At this level, at this stage of the game, at this stage of the tournament, you've got to be putting those away. And look at it, it's a dreadful mistake from Hammer Saints, not from Hammer Saints, from Grim. And Hammer Saints the beneficiary of that one. And it's just sailed past the ball, so unlike him. The man who was a key in knocking out the RAF Storm Shadows is key in the downfall of Resurgence in that particular play, in this particular game. And I just can't see it. I just can't see a Resurgence come back here, even from 3-0 down, even with all their quality. It will surely be 2 championship points for Omnia.
That opportunity earlier had to go to get a 2-1, really to have any sort of chance off it. No side has came back from a sort of 3-goal margin. That's 4. And you know what, you can almost sort of sense the music is playing here.
4 goals to the good now. Music. What kind of music is it playing, Danny? What kind of music is playing?
Oh, do you know what? I'll let you decide that.
I reckon it's a nice waltz again. You know I like waltz. I love a good waltz. I think it's exactly what's happening here.
I thought you would have went with a bit of opera or something,
Opera?
but no.
It's far too fast paced for opera.
Well, you don't like the proper, elongated vowels?
No, not at all. Not my style of play, sadly.
Uh-oh.
It's just not my style of play. I don't think it's bad. I don't dislike it. It's just not my style of play. That's all. I much prefer a waltz because the tempo can change at any point. Keeps you guessing, keeps you on your toes. And I know, Danny, I know you for a long time now. I know you like being on your toes.
I do, but I'm also not one that likes surprises too much.
That's true. That is true. But what isn't surprising is the continued domination of Resurgence by Omnia in this game. And it has flown on by. 4 goals to the good. A minute to play. They're destined for championship points now. They've just got to stick with the plan. Whatever has changed in these last couple of games that's been discussed, as that one will be number 5. No, it's not. It's not the post. They must stick with it because it's worked. Have you been able to identify? I haven't really been looking myself, but I know there is a difference in this Omnia gameplay. But have you been able to identify any specific change in the first 2 games that they lost?
It's not necessarily in terms of a massive change. It's just awareness that your team is better in terms of finding that opportunity better. That's the key bit. The boost bit in terms of the management has been crisper. They allow those sort of plays to develop. It's, those minor things we talk about, the fundamentals, so time and time again here. Obvious us doing it better.
I have to agree. And I can't explain the Resurgence drop off. I just can't explain why it's happened. Are they beginning to fatigue now? It looks like that. It looks like they've played a very fatigued game here. It took a lot of effort to get back into it, I understand. But their level seems to have dipped dramatically, and Omnia are taking full advantage of that.
think it's sort of part and parcel of those points, and then on top of it, as I said to Affinity at the very start off, and I've said it many times in the qualifiers, you know, there's always that one player that you would want to put under pressure, no matter what reason that may be, will be dependent on the team. And, you know, you can sit here and say, Omni, if you can get in the defensive spot to put under pressure, that would probably be EO4, and Resurgence, or is going to be, unfortunately, Krim. It might sound a bit tad cruel here, but when you know the capabilities of the players around you, that mechanics is sort of going, you know, one bad touch, one bad play here, and suddenly you're under a lot of pressure. You know, when do you take that strike here? You know, suddenly, you know, sake of argument, say Resurgent here, who would you rather, you know, have second in that list? Well, probably Lion, to be fair, compared to Ritzy, what he's been producing so far. So if you have Lion and Krim and you get the right order, 1-2, wham bam, you're suddenly 1-0 up here. You know, I don't think we've seen Ritzy being third man and beaten the others we have so far.
It's true. He is the man for Resurgence. He is the enabler. He is the playmaker. He is everything you would expect from a player of his level. Can he provide one last sting in the tail of Omnia? Or will it be a Game 7? We haven't seen many Game 7s, and there's a good effort on goal, and it does find the net! And we are still alive here. It's Omnia this time round with the opening goal, and it's Minty with such a quick challenge, by the way. He is alive, and he has been alive this whole series, and he is one of the reasons why, alongside Hammer Saint, I think, that Omnia have been able to be so good and so punishing. And there goes the opportunity, there goes Minty, and he should have made that too. And will that be a crucial miss? Will they pay for that one later on down the line? Time will tell, but Minty will know he should have done better than that.
Well, they'll take solace in the fact that they've got a championship point in the lead in the game to call themselves a 2 times qualifier champions. So that ball just gets played perfectly back here to allow the offense to clear, but the problem is not necessarily the idea, it's the execution and that horrible ding noise once again, but it will be the lifeline of Resurgent, who will be hoping for more dings, but that one is certainly the dong. It is 2-0.
Minty again capitalizing on good work by EO4 that time, finding the central pass, and it looks like the story is written. The writing is on the wall for Resurgence here. Grand finalists, they maintain their second seed position, I believe, in the rankings overall, which is good for them. And Omnia will wonder what could have been if the Storm Shadows were able to do them a favor and beat Resurgence, but they didn't, and they suffer for it. With 3.5 minutes to play now of what should be the last game of the series, unless, of course, Resurgence can find inspiration, which I think has been lacking in these last 2 games.
Sometimes the creativity does weep as the hours dwindle through, and that's straight at the net here, double save. And that's what the problem is, that when you spend that much in the defense and all the resources behind you, you have very little options in terms of what it is. And Crib is trying to go forward with it, but with no front man that's going to provide that, the chances aren't there.
No, they haven't been able to create. They just simply haven't been able to create chances. And the 2 openings that Omnia ever have had, they've just been clinical. They've just been clinical. And as I always bang on this stream about, being clinical is your best friend in this scenario. That is a great read, by the way, from Hammer Saint. It's such a difficult one off your own backboard when you're coming from within your own goal. And there goes the EO4, attempting a link up with Minty. It's worked on so many occasions, but not that time, as the clock ticks ever closer to the end now of qualifier number 8. What a show it's been! And maybe there is still destiny to be written. Maybe there is still time for a Game 7. As that error, and I will call it an error, from, I think that's Minty, gives a free goal to Resurgence. And there is still life here in this series.
Sure, it's the fact that when you look at some teams and stick in the box and see what happens. That was it, and that's a straight back response by Omnia. A resurgence, as unfortunate as this sounds, you've got to do it all over again, or it'll count for nothing.
Oh no, you can't concede when you've just worked so hard. It's such a crime in any sport, in Rocket League especially. And that will, whatever momentum that Resurgence just conjured up, will no doubt be shattered. And the confidence will go straight back to Omnia. And they'll feel a little bit more comfortable again because they have their 2-goal insurance back. And the clock will soon tick below the 2-minute point. A chance for Lion onto the crossbar. The rebound shot can't find the back of the net. It's off the post. And the counter punch saved by Lion.
That had to go. That had to go. And Minty near enough making that sort of punishment dished out even worse here. And Lion beaten. I think it's Crim last player back here. It's Ritzy who's ideally the man they want the ball in terms of up the field, but they need to give him the actual opportunity. Lions had 2-3 chances. It's hit the woodwork. He's unreliable.
No, Danny. You've got to be putting that away.
What do you want me to do, Stale? Put it in for him?
Yes. Get on the pitch. And you can see Minty with the pre-jump. Oh my god, that is disgusting behaviour. The link up again from Hammer Saints and Minty is nothing short of world class. But this redirect is insane.
And Ritzy, to be fair to him, wasn't too far off from the save either. But if you're going to end your competition, that's the perfect goal for it. But they haven't stopped here. But I think at this sort of time here, we do have a champion waiting to be crowned.
Qualifier 8 ends with a bang, and that goal as well, by the way, the one before the one that we just saw. Oh my god, that is a stylish way to end the proceedings here. That put the nail in the coffin. The question marks came to an end, and no matter what Resurgence can pull off here inside the final minute, I just don't see them scoring 4 goals. This one is wrapped up, and we can begin to reflect on what's been a superb 8 weeks of qualifying as Omnia are crowned Qualifier 8 champions.
Sure, that earlier question by Affinity literally sat there and said, what's your favourite moment? We've had so many to arguably pick from. I think Minty would be certainly maybe considering this one, maybe the RAF one last week. Be interested to see what the players come up with, but you got to have a bit of a heart here, for especially Resurgence. The run they were on, they get into this situation and 3-4 times hitting the woodwork and suddenly can't get a goal for love or money. That's the worst situation. You don't want to be in that. You rather just get beat cleanly.
Resurgence will wonder what could have been in this grand final tonight, but nevertheless they get into the prize pool money, which is, it will help them as well. Nothing wrong with playing for a bit of cash. And again, we'll use these last few moments before we go back to the studio with Affinity to give a massive shout out once more to BFBS. It has been a thrilling 8 weeks full of drama, full of headaches for players, teams and admins alike. I'm sure they would not want it any other way because there's been so much passion thrown around, so much fierce competition thrown around, and they've done a great job at managing everything and making sure the platform to play on for these players has been fit for purpose. And it's been just that as we bring Qualifier 8 to a close. Congratulations to Omnia, who ran away winners against Resurgence, as we now look forward to what will be a stunning LAN event to crown our first ever BFBS Pro League champions.
Well, it's what can you sit there and say here? I mean, that type of match, you could just sit and enjoy it every sort of stage here. But my heart goes out to Resurgence. But we can sit here and debate here. But there's one voice we haven't heard yet here still, and that's Affinity herself here. It'd be interesting to see what her take on this.
Hello. What's my take? Well, I think it was an absolutely incredible final. There couldn't have gotten much closer until that final game, but it's been a long evening, a long weekend for these teams as well. So I say weekend, 48 hours, not quite the weekend, preemptive weekend. But I think there is no greater way that we could have said goodbye to our final grand final qualifier as well. And that doesn't shake up the ratings a whole load, but it does give us a lot to talk about, of course, going into that grand final. Now, both of you, I've got to ask, we talked about favorite moments coming out of this. How do we feel going into that little bit of a gap before September? Do we have some favorites to win? Have we maybe had some opinions change this qualifier? Or who's really looking like these top two front runner teams for you guys?
Well, preparation will be key. There's a lot of time to play with now for both of these sides. Excuse me. And I do think the teams that have the capability to prepare properly will be the ones that at LAN will live up to the pressure and the hype, because I've experienced it myself. It's a different ball game altogether. I'm sure both of you have also experienced LAN events as well, and you know the energy is different. Suddenly you're nervous, you're sweaty, you're making the wrong decisions, and when you should be favorites, you're now crashing out in round one, and it's a disaster. So preparation, get your scrims in, get your diet right, get your sleep schedule right, because you can't have this a similar. You got to have a proper sleep schedule as well. It all adds into the overall picture of preparation. If you do not prepare, you prepare to fail.
Danny, you got any other words of wisdom, any pearls of wisdom going into this player break?
There's very little to sit there and add on terms of that. There, as much as you can sit there and prepare, you can sit there and look in terms of the match a bit of how much of the replays can you sort of take back and look at and somewhat add on to it. But to some extent here, you can overdo it as well, where you can sit there and somewhat rely too much on terms of your preparation and sometimes forget that sort of gut feeling. We saw in that sort of grand final there where Resurgence lost themselves and needed to rekindle themselves somehow. And if you can't have that element too of it, it doesn't matter how much preparation you do have too.
Exactly. Now, but with that being said, we're going to wrap up this final qualifier. RAF Storm Shadows are still going to remain in that lead first place at the end of all of this and going into that LAN in top seed. And talking of the LAN, we've sung praises about it. We've said how excited we are. All of that is going to be going down on the 28th of September. Now, you guys can watch it on Twitch at twitch.tv/BFBS Esports or at BFBS Esports on YouTube. There will also be players playing from the venue as well. They will be competing for you guys right in front of you for your viewing entertainment from the one and only University of Staffordshire Esports Arena. It is a mighty fine place to do battle, and I'm sure that the hype is going to be immense. And one final thank you that we've got to do is to all of the wonderful people behind the scenes that make this happen. Of course, Jonah and Rob from BFBS, who have helped put on this Pro League and done so much in the background. You've also got the likes of Xenology, Quality, Meg, all of these amazing people who have worked on the production to bring you guys the incredible game, the incredible stream that you have seen as well. So to all of them, thank you. And of course, thank you to everyone who has watched, everyone who has played, everyone who has supported the league as well. This is the inaugural BFBS Pro League. So to see so much support has been amazing. But with that being said, Stelios, any final words from you?
Well, the overwhelming emotion from me is nothing but gratitude for everybody. I mean, you said it yourself, for everybody that's tuned in from Qualifier 1 to all the teams who didn't make it. It was lovely seeing you guys and watching you guys all grow over these last 8 weeks. I mean, I can think of a few teams off the top of my head that I won't mention because I would have mentioned them all, but it's been nothing but a sheer joy to be a part of on the casting desk, and I wish you all the best at the LAN.
And what about you, Danny? Any parting words for the audience, for your fans, your loving, adoring fans?
All one of them. We'll miss you all here. It's doing this week in, week out here. It feels surreal that it's ending, but it's not quite over yet.
It's not quite over yet, but it is for now. We bid you adieu until September. Thank you so much for joining us, and we hope to see you very soon for the BFBS Pro League Finals in September. For that, have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you shortly.